Marcus Mabry live from the Republican National Convention. After a day's delay, the proceedings here are finally underway, and the Republicans are working hard to fire up their base. Joining me here in the New York Times Sky booth above the convention is Jim Rudenberg, national political correspondent. Jim, conventions were supposed to be about unity, and yet we didn't see a lot of unity on display here today. Tell us about it.
Yet the Romney campaign cannot wait for prime time to kick in, because it's been a kind of tumultuous day here on the convention floor. Something we don't get to see in these conventions, are so scripted. But actually there was a bit of a floor fight between some Ron Paul supporters and the establishment kind of Republican leadership.
And what was the beef of the Paul supporters in particular?
I mean, some of it is so complicated that I'd need to take out a telestrator, but it's really about the Republican National Committee rules aimed at, in their view, quashing a candidate like Ron Paul from keeping him from gaining the kind of support he did this year.
And in particular, I think there were some states involved, like Maine. I was surprised. This is my 5th or 6th convention. I was surprised to hear boos and no, from the convention floor, from actual state delegations.
Yeah, what we've been kind of showing all year long is these delegations in the states have been taken over by Tea Party activists, Ron Paul supporters, and what they were trying to do when they say they had enough kind of support to do is force some objections through and interrupt the proceedings to carry their agenda. They say they were shut down, including they're alleging their microphones were shut off by the leadership.
Now, as you say, prime time, which starts in just a few hours, the Romney campaign hopes that they can turn this thing around, and most of America will only see the kind of very scripted part of the night ahead of us. What will the scripted part of the night involve? What are the messages that the Romney campaign hopes to get out to America?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that Ann Romney will speak tonight, and it's fair to say I think that this might be the most important, or definitely the second most important speech of this whole convention.
Why?
Because she is here to humanize Mitt Romney. Mr. Romney's advisors think that America doesn't quite know him personally yet, and once they do, that they will be able to start moving in the polls and put Obama behind.
Excellent. You may hear right now behind us some of the music of the evening getting started. Like we said, tonight is about firing up the Republican faithful, and we're just going to keep on talking. Hopefully you can hear us well.
It's a bipartisan oldie here. Everyone loves this song.
It is surprising. I mean, just the amount of kind of R&B and soul music you hear at a Republican convention every 4 years. It's quite interesting.
I don't know. Music speaks to all of us. Bigger than politics.
I guess it's universal. One move that I think the campaign intended to actually quell or to appease some of the very fractious Republican divisions was the selection of Paul Ryan as a running mate. That was meant to appease Tea Partiers. You have Ron Paulistas. Are there just too many factions to the current Republican Party?
It's very fractious, and the party's going to have to figure out where it's going to go. But I do think this party is united in wanting to defeat Barack Obama. And I also do think that the Paul Ryan pick did do a lot for Mitt Romney. I mean, let's face it, it did unify a lot of this floor.
Well, let's speaking of Paul Ryan, let's talk to one of Paul Ryan's buds from the House of Representatives, Eric Cantor.
So, Congressman, you're one of Paul Ryan's best friends in Congress. You're two of the 3 young guns. You worked with him on Ways and Means and in the leadership. What's it like to have him on the ticket all of a sudden?
Well, first of all, I'm really proud of Paul and very energized by his being the vice presidential nominee. And I think it speaks to sort of what we have before us over the next couple months. Mitt Romney is a man who has the experience at turning businesses around, creating jobs, which is obviously front and center of this election and really important. And Paul brings to the ticket the real focus of how to reform Washington, try to get it back in a situation in where it's no longer too big to do the kinds of things it needs to do. And I couldn't be more excited.
But still, is it kind of shocking? I mean, I think it's even shocking to us a little bit who know Congressman Ryan, who've worked with him in the House, all of a sudden see him on the national ticket. Have you come to grips with it?
I think you're right. I think Paul was probably as stunned as anybody. I think that when you know somebody that well and they are then cast into a position where really can affect the outcome of the election and do the kinds of things that we've always wanted to do, I think we're all really excited for him.
Now, but it does put his budget in play. You voted for it at least twice, most of the Republican House members. It's contentious. It's controversial. Is this going to be a potential drag on the ticket or hurt you in your congressional races?
I think what it does is it goes ahead and it does distinguish what we're about as Republicans versus what the president's been about. And I don't think there's much doubt the fact that most Americans are disappointed with the president's results over the last 4 years. And what the budget that Paul authored does is it says that we Republicans want to solve a problem. And Mitt Romney has says that he's going to continue to try and talk about the serious issues, keep the debate focused on the kinds of things that we need to, so we can go about restoring sort of this vision that all of us have for this country.
You think you can explain your plans adequately? You're going to face a tremendous Democratic onslaught. They were already planning to do it. Do you think you can get your message out?
I don't think there's any question. I mean, the Democrats are going to try and put on the scare tactic the way they always do, especially on the issue of Medicare. And the real facts are, and these will come out and the people will hear this, it is the president who actually has cut over $700 billion out of Medicare. At least a lot of the money coming from very popular programs like Medicare Advantage and the prescription drug program, whereas what we're trying to do and what Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan stand for is an attempt to try and save Medicare for the next generation and to make sure that those seniors 55 and older know that there will be no changes in store for them.
So there's been some talk here that House Republicans have been sort of muzzled at the convention, haven't been given a very prominent role considering that they have the majority in the House. You think that's a fair criticism?
No, because Paul's our vice presidential nominee. How could that be an accurate assessment? I mean, as you indicate, it is his budget that really serves as the emblem for the fiscal policies that we're trying to achieve, which is to get results for the American people and to get this economy back on track.
Jim, does Paul Ryan's plans, his budget plans, his somewhat controversial plans, hurt or help this ticket more?
Well, the ticket would tell you that Mitt Romney was going to own that plan no matter what. Romney always said that he supported the plan. He has his own plans, and he's definitely emphasized that he has his own plans since the Ryan pick was announced. But they say they were going to own this Ryan budget no matter what they did.
So should they be concerned about what Eric Cantor called Democratic scare tactics?
They're definitely concerned about them. They are arguing, especially today, as they're making the rounds here in the hall, that they, in fact, have put the president on defense with this charge that the president has cut $700 billion out of Medicare. That's actually out of future spending. Paul Ryan's budget kind of assumes the same cuts, which they don't emphasize. And guess what? In television ads, they will press their case and not mention that. That's their prerogative. And, in the face of media, fact checkers, or the Obama campaign, which will make its own assertions, it'll get called out as well. But TV viewers won't always know.
Now, of course, one of the big Romney talking points has been we're willing to make the tough calls. We're willing to make the tough choices. This Paul Ryan budget is politically courageous. Obama has not tackled the tough choices. Do you think the Republicans will get some mileage with voters on that score? No one else has tackled this stuff. We're willing to have the courage to do it.
I think that, and they definitely argue that younger voters, middle-aged voters may be open to that argument if they are convinced that there's a crisis looming. Mm-hmm. So they have an argument. They've thought about this stuff. They've tested it. And the Romney campaign is stacked with seasoned professionals who know the reactions that they think they know the reactions they're going to get. They think that they can turn that into a winning argument. At the very least, they can muddle the issue.
Now, I've got to ask you a question, kind of one reporter to another. And this is coming with my perspective as a foreign correspondent based in London. And you were here on the ground when this selection was made of Paul Ryan. It was kind of surprising overseas, the reaction to the pick, because in our own paper we talked about how this was an injection of excitement. It was extraordinary. The crowds grew, and overseas, from a perspective of 1,000 miles away, Paul Ryan seemed like a nice, competent guy, a good congressman, well liked in his district. He didn't seem like that exciting of a guy, though. If a budget plan's not really that exciting. So tell us, as a guy who's on the ground, what was the optic? What were you guys conveying to us? Where did the excitement come from?
I think part of the excitement, and especially was we were getting this off of the Republican base that did not want what was being called a boring pick by Romney. Romney aides were saying
who would have been a boring pick?
and this is not me talking,
Right,
the activists talking.
This is the Republican
there was
base,
a feeling that a Rob Portman, Senator Rob Portman of Ohio, would be a boring pick. Governor Tim Pawlenty, former governor of Minnesota, a boring pick. Actually, I don't know if they're right. I think both of those, especially Pawlenty, knows how to campaign. He's a good campaigner, and he's a regular guy. But anyway, Ryan is a guy we could start writing about him taking catfish out of the water with his bare hands and sticking his arm down their throats.
Wow.
And, a hunter, a workout fiend. And he has a plan that gives everyone something to grab onto. Democrats and Republicans and journalists who write about this stuff. He put real issues at the center. To be fair, a lot of media got made fun of for saying that because it devolved quickly into campaign, back and forth. And I don't know how substantive the debates remain, but that was the initial excitement.
But his budget, his ideas, actually was something meaty that journalists could grab onto and analyze.
As opposed to, here's the thing, the night of his announcement, or kind of the night before when the news was trickling out, I was in North Carolina preparing a story that was going to say this campaign is about nothing but basically false ads on both sides. Both campaigns had these totally false ads out. The debate was about who was lying, what was true. It was I think objectively dreadful. So here comes Ryan, and finally the campaign could be about what we've all been, the country's been following all year. The Ryan budget plan defined a lot of the latter Obama first term. I mean, this is really what it was about. So to cover a campaign that was disconnected from that felt weird, and this gave everything some grounding. We'll see where that really goes from here.
Excellent. Well, talking about real issues, earlier today, we've been in our kind of agenda series at the Times. We've been covering lots of serious issues. One of the serious issues we've been covering for a long time is the economy. So taking a closer look at that big issue, that really important issue, we have Pulitzer Prize-winning former economics columnist and current Washington bureau chief David Leonhardt walking us through that issue.
I'm David Leonhardt, the Washington bureau chief of the New York Times. You hear about the economy all the time in this presidential campaign, but it's often sound bites. It often doesn't get at the big complexity. And the fact is, we face enormous and very complex problems with our economy in this country. In a nutshell, the problem is for really about 12 years now, the economy has not been producing really strong gains in material living standards for most Americans. That is deeply unusual. You have to go back to the 1930s, the aftermath of the Great Depression, to find a period of similar length in which you didn't have most Americans seeing their material living standards rising significantly over a 12-year period. And that's what we've had. Median household income in this country is lower in inflation-adjusted terms now than it was in the late 1990s. The reason for that is that we had a recession, a fairly mild recession in 2001. Then we had a period of really slow growth. Economic growth in the years 2002 to 2007 was abnormally weak for an expansion. And then, of course, we had the worst downturn in 70 years. So you basically have two recessions, one of which was terribly bad, sandwiching a period of mediocre growth. And the result of that is just not a really wonderful time economically. But it's also true that it's hard in a campaign to talk about these issues in their full depth for reasons that are not the fault of either Mitt Romney nor Barack Obama. Having said that, they are setting up two visions that are quite different. I mean, Mitt Romney very clearly believes in an economy that is based around the idea of American business. It's business that delivers prosperity. Government, if anything, harms prosperity more often than not when he talks about it. Whereas when you hear Obama talk, you hear him talk about this idea that you really need both. You need business and you need government. He talks about the fact that a lot of prosperity wouldn't have happened in a line that got him into some trouble earlier this summer without government, without a kind of safety net. And so our goal here is explore the most important issues facing the country in all of their complexity.
House Speaker John Boehner has gavelled this convention to order for tonight. Let's listen to him live from the podium.
And the guy said, well, we tried our economic plan and it worked. You know what we do. We throw him out. Now, let's say a guy walked into our bar, and before he could say anything, he overheard a regular telling his story. Turns out this guy ran a small business, got involved in it while he was in school. Then, out of nowhere, his business partner died. They had just one customer. So he fought like hell through sleepless nights and close calls, and they made it, thank God. Paid their dues, proud of what they've managed to do. Now, if a guy walked into a bar and heard that story and he said, well, if you've got a business, you didn't build that. Well, you know what we do with him, don't you? We throw him out. By the way, that small business guy is my story. That was our business, and we did build that. But, you know, it could have just as easily been the story of anyone who's built something from nothing. No guarantees, no government there to hold your hand, just a dream and the desire to do better. President Obama doesn't get this. He can't fix the economy because he doesn't know how it was built. So in 70 days, when the American people walk into the voting booth, what should we do? Should throw them out. Because we can do better, we can do a lot better. And it starts with throwing out the politician who doesn't get it and electing a new president who does. You know, Mitt Romney comes from a family of builders. His father built houses, built businesses, built industry. George Romney was a can-do kind of guy, and he was fond of the old saying that when things are at their worst, that's just the place and the time that the tide will turn. Well, delegates, this is that time, and this is that place. We're here to preserve this country the same way we built it, by exercising our God-given right to set a new course. So who better to turn this tide than the man who has dedicated his career to doing just that, for states, for businesses, for the Olympic Games. President Romney, boy, I like the sound of that. President Romney will keep his word, and he'll keep his courage too. He'll keep faith with the idea that government exists to serve the people and the people who built this economy. Mitt's jobs plan will build a stronger middle class through energy independence, schools where our kids, not the teachers' unions, come first, free trade, the path to a balanced budget, and an end to the uncertainty and the tax hikes that threaten small businesses. It's a big job, so we're fortunate that Mitt has chosen his running mate as a leader who is second to none when it comes to rooting out and fixing Washington's worst habits. When I met Paul Ryan 22 years ago, he was a student at Miami of Ohio, volunteering on my first campaign for Congress.
Listening a little bit there live to the podium, to the House Speaker, John Boehner. Any surprises in what he said so far? Small business owner John Boehner?
No, this is the red meat portion of the program. This is kind of the easy part for them, for the convention planners. At the same time, you know, it's a reminder is John Boehner is the face of the Republican House, and now Paul Ryan is even more so the face of that House. So,
and a House that's not particularly popular amongst the American electorate.
Not popular. So this is where the risk of the Ryan pick comes in, and you know, you could see a Republican nominee this year trying to distance himself from the Republican House. Mitt Romney's run into the building, so to speak.
Well, at the same time, also speaking of kind of trying to unite a fractious Republican Party with many different tendencies and parts, John Boehner's got more experience with that than anybody. He hasn't necessarily succeeded always.
I don't know if one can succeed. You know, I will quote Trent Lott's
but that's the great challenge before this candidate.
You remember Trent Lott's book was Herding Cats. So I think Boehner could relate to that even more. It's a really hard job.
Right. No, it's going to be interesting to see how he does it, how Romney does it, and whether or not Paul Ryan in the end is a help or not. We're going to go now down to the Workplace Center, talk a bit to our colleagues down there. Rick Burke is going to join me as he talks to some reporters and editors who've been covering this issue all day long. So Rick has got right now with him a Metro editor, Metropolitan editor, Carolyn Ryan, who's joining Rick. Carolyn is a veteran of many political campaigns herself, working for both the Boston Globe and the New York Times. And today she leads our crew of metropolitan reporters in New York.
Thanks, Marcus. I'm here with Carolyn, and it's a real treat to have you here. You covered the Romney's first campaign in 1994 for Senate. You were a young reporter in those days at the Boston Globe, and you had real insight into the Romneys because you got to spend a lot of time with Mitt and Mitt's father, George. They were very accessible, unlike these days,
right.
Because they wanted the press coverage because no one was covering them. So I'm particularly curious on what you can tell us, given that Ann Romney's big speech is tonight.
Right.
What can you tell us about her that people might not know?
As you say, I covered a race where Mitt Romney was really unknown to the state of Massachusetts, so they had to drive out to these little towns and really talk to people in small groups, one-on-one, and they really put her out there, especially to talk with women voters, to try to talk about her family. I always felt like, they talk about Anne as sort of the softer side of the family and that she will kind of humanize him. I always felt like she had a real ambition. And what was most interesting to me, or kind of extraordinary about that campaign, Mitt's mother and father moved to Massachusetts when he ran for Senate and really tried to get him elected. So his father, George, who was 88 at the time, was running around the state, politicking, campaigning, and trying to do what Mitt seemed to struggle to do, which was really connect with people. And the contrast between the two of them was really interesting.
When you talk about Ann's ambition, was it ambition for Mitt to be an elected official, to win the U.S. Senate?
Yeah, in fact, Ann Romney, her parents died in the early 90s. Her father died of cancer. And she described one day she's out in the kitchen and her father kind of grabs her and says, "I'm so mad I'm dying. Life is so interesting," and kind of injected her with a sense of urgency. And a short time later, she and Mitt were in bed, and she said, "You should really run against Ted Kennedy." She urged him to run.
Well, this is fascinating because in the speech later tonight, Ann talks about Mitt's determination and how he wanted to run and so forth. But now you're telling me a lot of that may have come from sort of Ann and George, really.
Well, think about it this way. I do think that Ann and George had a special alliance. Remember, she connects with the Romney family when she's only 15 years old. So basically all her adult life has been in that family. So when you make the distinction between her ambitions and Mitt, it's really kind of integrated, and I think this is where she sort of saw her family going.
Now, the other thing that's really fascinating about your experience, you spent a lot of time alone with George, campaigning and following him around. Everyone says like father, like son, and that Mitt idolized his father, went into politics because of his father. Were they the same personable type personalities?
I felt like they were quite different. I find it really interesting. They look kind of similar. I mean, there's sort of a dashing handsomeness. But his father was a political thoroughbred. I mean, he was born to be in politics. He would walk into a room and he kind of got an energy from people. And he was outspoken. I mean, he couldn't stop himself from speaking out on things. Mitt,
which wasn't always a good thing.
Which wasn't always a good thing, as you saw in his presidential bid. But Mitt, as you know, is far more guarded and far more buttoned up. And I'm not sure that Mitt has that kind of love of the people part of politics. I think he's got a great brain, but I don't think he relishes going into these small towns and trying to convince people.
Did George love policy in the same way Mitt likes to talk about?
At that point in his life, it was not a lot about policy. It was really about the human side of campaigns. And the thing that was fun for me was watching the interaction between George Romney and Ann Romney, who he really kind of adored and almost sort of adopted as a daughter at a young age. And so I remember going to an event, and Ann Romney was supposed to be speaking, and it was at this town, Framingham. She's speaking to this group of people. Suddenly, George Romney thrusts himself up from the audience, and he wants to answer the question, and he's got something to say. And there was just this really interesting interplay between the two of them.
It reminds me of what Mario Cuomo, when his son became governor, you could tell that the father wanted to jump in there, but he was restraining himself.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Is there a similar?
I think that it's a good example because George Romney did not restrain himself.
Right,
I mean,
right,
and
right.
As you probably know, he died shortly after, I think a year after his son lost the Senate race. So he never really saw the political success that his son had. But he did, I think, really shape Mitt's decision to go into politics.
Now, Carolyn, on Ann Romney, was she used in the way that the campaign is trying to use her tonight to soften Mitt? I mean, did she
I think it's similar. I mean, the thing that you should know about that race is, I mean, the Romneys were less guarded, but part of the damage of that was they sort of let people into their lives, and they did have a very privileged life. I mean, I remember at one point she talked about going into restaurants with her family, and sort of as a kick, they would just speak French to one another. And she got in a lot of trouble when she sat down with a reporter of the Boston Globe and sort of described their life. And it was clear, like, the worst hardship in their time together as a married couple was when Mitt had to sell some stock so that they could have more income. So for people in Massachusetts, middle-class, working-class people, they did seem kind of foreign, and they did seem to live in this sort of bubble that a lot of people couldn't understand.
One final quick question before we go. They're going to talk about, Anne will say it wasn't a storybook marriage, it was a real marriage between her and Mitt. Is that what you saw when you saw the two of them interact?
There's no question that there is a sweetheart, kind of almost corny connection that they feel, and it seems, you know, built as teenagers, and it continues. But it's been very difficult to get your arms around their marriage. She has said that they've, as a married couple, they've never had an argument. And anyone who's ever been married, it's hard to imagine that kind of life. So, you know, it still feels a little bit elusive as a relationship.
Thank you, Carolyn. Really appreciate it. Another close Romney watcher who watched the evolution of Romney over several years is one of our top photographers, Rick Perry. He followed Romney in 2008 and again this year, and he has his own observations about how access to the candidate has changed.
This is Richard Perry. I'm a staff photographer for the New York Times and have spent time covering the Romney campaign through the primaries in 2008 and again this year in 2012. This year, I think what I saw is a pretty well-oiled machine. Big events, well-planned, not as many of them as in the past, but each one very well choreographed, and a real vision of how they wanted to present the candidate visually. During the 2008 primaries, I witnessed a little different operation. There were more events, chancier events, a little less organized, a little more naive on what I might see as a photographer and what I might photograph and what I might put out. Mitt's 18-month-old grandson, Parker, at the time, could be very unpredictable. He loved the limelight, would run up to the candidate while he was speaking on stage, demand to be picked up, bolt from his parents' arms, and dash across the stage, and was quite entertaining. The family now is usually sort of brought out as a unit to present as Mitt's family and less individual, campaign preferring the sculpting of perfect and controlled moments, visual moments to show. This year, there still are a few unpredictable and spontaneous moments. Mitt's always had a love of automobiles, and in particular Ramblers, as his father ran the company for many years, and caught a glimpse of one at a campaign event. And although it was not scheduled in the event, he ran out of the restaurant while having a sandwich with Speaker Boehner to get a closer look at this Rambler. And then delighted in scaring half the photographers to death as he hit the horn as we were leaning over the hood trying to photograph him. As the present campaign moves farther and farther along in the process with Secret Service protection and bigger and more organized events, finding unscripted moments with the candidates are harder and harder. But even though we don't see him, as this note he left in the press bus one day attests, he still has a sense of humor.
I'm joined now by White House correspondent Peter Baker, who spent this week with Mitt Romney. Why, you may ask, does our White House reporter spend time with Mitt Romney? Well, at the Times, we like to mix things up a little bit now and then. So tell me, Peter, what's the difference between Air Force One and flying in here from Boston today with Romney?
Right. Of course, Romney right now doesn't have a government plane. He's
Right.
got a charter plane. It's very nice, but it's not the same thing as Air Force One. The Secret Service are there, but they have a different level of protection. It's not the full-on paraphernalia you see with the White House. But you do begin to see this is the week he begins to be a possible president. You know, he's just been nominated officially by the convention. He's greeted by a larger motorcade than he had before. It's beginning to become more real, more possible, and you see that in the accoutrements around him.
Right, and Ann Romney came back to talk to reporters at the back of the plane today. Right. On the eve of her big speech tonight. What did she have to say?
Exactly. She's going to talk to the convention tonight at 10 o'clock. Her speech is so important that the campaign strategists decided to move it from Monday night after they learned the networks weren't going to cover it to Tuesday night so that they would. She came back and she gave out cookies that she had made at home to the reporters.
What kind and how were they?
They're called Welsh cakes. They're very good, very delicious, and very in keeping with the traditional patterns that the party particularly likes. But she talked about her speech. I think it's a little bit unnerving for anybody to get up in front of an audience of millions of people for the very first time. But she seemed remarkably self-assured and relaxed about it. I thought I would be in a little ball in the corner if it were me.
Was she trying to dampen expectations, you think?
I don't think she had that much of a calculation. I think she was simply, she talked about it in light terms. She said she was excited to do it. She wasn't giving a lot of details. She wanted to say she was going to try to show the human side of her husband, Mitt Romney. She talked about the things that she was uncomfortable with. First time really using a written test. First time really with a teleprompter. Mm-hmm. First time she discovered that everybody was weighing in on what she should wear. She didn't think that was going to be something that she'd be advised on by campaign consultants, particularly, as she said, by Stuart Stevens, who seems the senior advisor of the campaign, who she joked wears his shirts inside out, suddenly giving fashion advice. So right. She wasn't sure she was going to take it, but right. Suddenly everything is on the table.
Now, Mitt Romney was on this plane, but he didn't come back to chat?
No, he doesn't do that very often anymore. He sat in the front row in the window seat, mostly by himself or with Ann through most of the flight. Didn't really seem to engage in a lot of conversation, very much by himself.
Yeah, you and I have covered these presidential candidates for many years now, and isn't it the case that as you get even closer and closer to the convention, they don't want to give away anything? I remember having an exclusive interview with Michael Dukakis on our way to the 88, was that the 88?
Yeah,
88 convention, Democratic convention. 45-minute interview on the plane with Dukakis. Didn't even have a story there right. Because he didn't tell me anything.
Something about these Massachusetts politicians.
So this is par for the course for Massachusetts and people going into their...
It's four corners ball. Why screw it up? You've got a message you want to get out every single night. A loose comment, a Twitter fest by a whole bunch of reporters looking for something new, not part of the program. So he stays in the front. He doesn't come back even to say hello. And there was something kind of striking about him sitting there by himself in the window seat, on the edge of power here, on the edge of this possibility that he's about to encounter. It's laying in front of him 78 days out is the possible leadership of the free world. And, this has got to weigh on somebody, I think.
It sounds a wonderful photograph, the solitary candidate with all the weight on his shoulders.
You think so, right? Exactly.
Peter, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Marcus, back to you.
Rick, thanks so much for joining us back up here in the skybox. I wonder if you could, in your own memories, Rick, of presidential candidates, who was the presidential candidate who you found most unlikely as a candidate?
I'm sorry, the presidential candidate most unlikely what?
As a candidate, the most unlikely candidate in your memory that you covered, who seemed like a strange candidate.
Well, one of the candidates that there was never a dull moment was Jerry Brown, the current governor of California, when he was running for president. Never a dull moment. Another person that was fun was Ross Perot, Jesse Jackson. They were all very colorful, much more colorful than the button-down candidates we have these days.
Excellent. Thanks, Rick. Well, we'll see what we can do to make
Marcus.
The campaign more interesting as we go forward. As we said at the beginning of the program, some of the biggest news from here today has been the passionate dissent of Ron Paul supporters. Video journalist Craig Duff spent some time on the convention floor talking with Paulistas. Let's listen to what some of them had to say.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
Typically, a national convention like this is a very controlled and scripted environment. But some of the things that are being put forward, people are understandably very upset about.
Yes, sir. Point of order.
It's the rules. It's also delegates being kicked out of their delegations in states like Maine and Louisiana and Oklahoma and Oregon and Massachusetts. People are upset about what's going on.
If we don't get the rules right, there's a whole bunch of people that are leaving the party, not to mention this convention. But I'm saying, you know, if they can make arbitrary decisions like that, nobody can participate.
I object. I object, Mr. Chairman. I object. I object. Point of order. I object. Mr. Chairman, I object. Point of order.
Elected as a full delegate, but several days ago, the RNC stripped 10 of the duly elected Maine delegates of their delegate status. The Romney campaign is really overstepping its bounds, and even people who are here to support Mitt Romney are getting very frustrated by this. What's really a transparent power grab to tighten the grip on the party going forward.
Basically, the ruling against us, against our democratically elected delegates went through. So we lost our majority, and it's unfortunate and tragic.
I'm joined again by Jim Rudenberg to talk over this issue. Jim, this is some pretty extraordinary moments on the convention floor today. You were there. Tell me what you saw.
Yeah. Well, as you saw in that segment, I mean, the Ron Paul people, and they were not alone. Other activists as well were angry because this is a broader issue. Grassroots activists want to have their moment to push through their agenda, and they think it's a top-down leadership. But I was there on the floor, and I got to really hear firsthand. Let's take a look.
Well, we were objecting to the credentials report. They pretended like they didn't hear us. They can hear us. It's not fair because Lee says, "Are there any objections?" There's a lot right here.
What are they trying to accomplish?
The objection is to other states like Maine, Louisiana, a lot of states in the credentials report.
Maine asked us for help.
Is this all about Ron Paul, or is it a bigger issue?
It's not about Ron Paul.
What's the issue?
It's not about Ron Paul.
What's the issue? Tell us what the issue is.
Screwed. That's why the government's not here.
Why do you think they got screwed? Is this like establishment Republicans trying to?
No, they're sour grapes. Okay, somebody got voted out. There were sour grapes. People were hurt. There was a lot of rudeness that went on both sides, and so people got upset.
Now, Jim, that makes for high drama here on the convention floor. Political reporters may eat this up, but tell us, what does this really mean for the fall campaign for the next 10 weeks between now and 10 weeks from now when the President of the United States will be elected?
Well, I'll tell you, you and I are in this building, and our audience that didn't get to hear this, but this entire auditorium was just chanting USA, USA. It will be chanting Mitt Romney's name soon. So this is not a major issue, but it does represent a continuing sort of bubbling up of frustration in the grassroots. They never quite signed on with Mitt Romney. As we said, Paul Ryan helps, but he's going to have to still contain and this kind of dissatisfaction and bring them onto his side. They think they can do it enough. You know, it's funny because actually a Romney campaign aide said today he'd love to have the Ron Paul people with them to have that kind of energy, but it's a little bit unbridled, and there was some alienation today.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thanks so much. Thanks, Jim. We're going to act, speaking of people who haven't yet signed on to the Romney campaign or to the Obama campaign for that matter, we have another voter profile. Hector Morales is an undecided voter from Colorado.
I'm a U.S. citizen born from two undocumented immigrants. For me, immigration is the biggest political issue just because I kind of lived it. I believe that everyone wants to improve the economy, wants to create jobs, wants to create better education. So I think the split is on immigration. On May 1st, 2012, my mom was picked up by immigration and customs enforcement. They came here to the house. She was detained for about 2 weeks. While she was detained, it was very hard for me to stay concentrated in school. Our house felt empty. I have not voted in a presidential election yet. I just turned 18 in November, and so this upcoming election is going to be my first. That makes me feel very nervous also, just because no one in my family has ever done it. I guess it's not something that's very talked about in my household. I'm kind of uncertain of the process, but I'm also very excited to be the first one. I feel that Latino voters aren't really informed. For example, like even my cousins and stuff, like I ask them, who are you going to vote for? They're like, who's running, you know? They don't even know the candidates, you know? I'm undecided of who I'm going to vote for, just because I want to make sure that the leader has all the qualities I want in a leader. I want his values to represent my values, and I want his point of views to be my point of views. I want to see how they deal with people like my mom. It kind of gives me a sense of responsibility, since my parents can't vote, that I should be the one voting for us.
Earlier today, I spoke with Kevin Hassett, who is the Director of Economic Policy at the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank in Washington. And I asked him, what hard truth about the economy did each candidate have to deliver to his base? Here's his answer.
Right. I think that the biggest hard truth is that what we've got to do as a nation is get ahead of the curve on government spending now and go back towards a trajectory of a balanced budget in the long run. I think that if our nation takes that next policy step, then we can return to the world where we're growing at a smart rate and creating lots of jobs. I think if we don't, then we're doomed to have a kind of eurosclerosis set in here in the U.S. as well.
Now, of course, maybe a political campaign is not the best place to deliver real kind of tough economic medicine, but what do you think Mitt Romney can say that actually makes both political sense and economic sense here in Tampa?
Well, I think that there's a long history, if you go back and look at presidential campaigns, of presidential candidates laying out what they want to do, and then if they win, having a mandate from the voters to carry to Congress to make sure that they accomplish at least a good chunk of their platform. And so I think what Governor Romney needs to do at this convention in between now and November is make the case for his solutions, so that if he wins, then he can sort of whomp Congress over the head with a mandate and try to get those solutions to become law.
Now, of course, the Romney campaign, the Ryan campaign, concentrate a lot on the deficit and the debt, and also in cutting taxes. How can Republicans square that circle economically? How do you cut taxes and not make the debt worse?
Well, Governor Romney's plan is a revenue-neutral tax reform modeled after the 1986 Tax Reform Act that broadens the base and lowers the rate. There was a survey of a number of economists a while ago about what kind of economic growth that they think that we can get from a tax reform like that, and they guessed between 0.5% and 1% a year over a medium to longer term. And that kind of job growth, that kind of economic growth would create significant job growth, and do so because the lower marginal rates would induce capital formation. And also the cut in the corporate rate that Governor Romney's proposed would attract business back here to the U.S. as well. I think both of those steps would create a lot of economic growth, and they're both designed to be revenue neutral. So if you cut government spending while you're doing that, then you can get ahead of the curve on the deficit.
So the way you do is by cutting both spending and taxes at the same time.
Well, he's not cutting tax revenue as a static score. He's definitely going to increase tax revenue on a dynamic score. On a static score, he's saying that it should be revenue neutral, the tax reform.
Now, politically looking at this situation, you were an advisor, of course, to John McCain back 4 years ago. Do you think John McCain had a harder hill to climb politically because he had to deal with George W. Bush, a sitting Republican president, during a bad economy? Is Mitt Romney's hill actually easier because Barack Obama will be blamed for the poor economy?
I think that Ray Fair at Yale University has studied this, and I'm not really a political scientist, but I've tended to think about this the way Ray has taught me to, which is that a bad economy generally redounds to the deficit or to the harm of the incumbent party. And I think that the economy was certainly bad in the previous election cycle, and that was certainly a big problem for Senator McCain. And I think that the economy is definitely not acceptable right now. And so if fair as evidence applies to this election, then that'll be bad news for President Obama.
The final question. After this election is over, and it's going to be, it already has been, an acrimonious campaign, we face as a nation a fiscal cliff, meaning mandatory cuts to spending if President Obama and the current Congress don't come to a compromise on how to tame the deficit and the current budget issues. What would that mean if we go over that fiscal cliff, if those mandatory cuts take effect? What will that mean for the economy and for jobs?
Well, I think that the fiscal cliff that's coming in December also includes a debt limit vote that's going to come at about the same time. And it's absolutely true that if everything blows up at that time and we get the tax rate increases, the spending cuts, and then maybe don't even extend the debt limit, then we're looking at significant market turmoil. And I would guess the CBO thinks it might cast us into a recession, and I think that that's a reasonable guess. My expectation would be that in a lame duck session, that Congress would at the very least extend things into next year, so whoever's elected has a chance to fix all of these problems that our nation faces.
All right, well, you're sitting there in Washington, so we hope that your optimism is well-founded.
Well, thanks, Marcus.
And now on to our colleagues in opinion. Charles Blow is standing by with a special opinion Google hangout. I'll let him tell you more about it. Take it away, Charles.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Marcus. Earlier today, my colleagues Gail Collins, Frank Bruni, and I did a Google Hangout forum with 4 people who voted for Barack Obama in 2008 but did not plan to do so this year. 3 said that they were leaning towards voting for Mitt Romney, and 1 said that he decided not to vote for anyone at all. A couple things struck me about their comments. First was just how unhappy they seemed with their choices in general. Although they were disenchanted with Obama's stewardship of the country, there wasn't much personal animosity towards him. And there was no real excitement for Mitt Romney. Take a look at this answer from Bernard Donaldson, a small business owner from Chicago.
I have voted Republican my whole life, from President Reagan in 1980 all the way up until both Bush terms. And I was just not a fan of the regime that was running. I thought it was time for a change in 2008, and I guess I've kind of been disappointed. Not that I expected President Obama to change everything overnight. I think it was a little bit more of, I think the stimulus package really bothered me a little bit. It bothered me quite a bit. I've been able to see some of that spending, but on a personal note, just being where my office is situated, President Obama is a very personable person, and he was always you would see him all the time, and there's nothing personally about the man. I think he's really, quite honestly, a great guy.
Now, a second thing I noticed was that some of these voters seem to be holding Obama responsible for things that even they admitted were not totally within his control. Take, for instance, this exchange with Sarah Harding, mom from Colorado.
Sarah, you were also concerned, if I understood correctly, about the tone in Washington not changing in quite the way that Barack Obama had said he would like it to. Is that a big concern of yours, and is that something you really feel was within his capability or control?
I'm not sure if it is in his control. I don't know.
So it sounds, Sarah, like you're a flipper who may be a flopper. Is that true? You're kind of in the middle, going back and forth?
Lastly, they seem to be single-themed voters. The 3 who were switching from Obama to Romney had at least one overriding issue that seemed to have changed their minds. For Chris Stephan, a young father from Wisconsin, it was Obama's
convention in Florida. There are going to be a lot of speeches, and Romney tonight, Mitt Romney coming up in a couple of days. Are you watching this here, and does this have any impact on what you do come Election Day? You will watch the speeches and listen to them and make decisions based on them?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of bitterness with what I went through with Obama. So, I mean, it'd be hard-pressed for me not to vote for Mitt Romney.
So overall, I sense a certain softness of conviction and a wariness among our switch voters. They seem to be choosing among unattractive options. The Times will conduct 3 more of these discussions during the conventions. And next up on Thursday will be whether or not the Republicans are waging a war on women. Okay, that's all for now. Back to the news side and another hour of programming. Megan Lieberman or Marcus will be in the anchor chair. Take it away, Marcus.
I'll do my best.
There you go.
Thanks so much, Charles. As we continue our discussion here, I'm joined again with our excellent colleague, Jim Rudenberg. Jim, war on women, you've heard that phrase a lot from the Democrats. I think when you see Ann Romney, maybe it's hard to argue there's a war on women. Tell me, how does she figure in that plan? How do the Republicans debunk this idea of a war on women?
You know, they have had their kind of female surrogates out in full force this whole week, especially even with the storm, and they are really have to beat back that perception. You know, they're saying this is a Democratic term, war on women, obviously, but Mitt Romney does have an issue with female voters, and so if they can't change that dynamic, they're in trouble, and they know it. So a lot of what we're seeing, this entire convention, and to some degree, is about raising his favorability among women. Anne is, again, his best surrogate to do that.
Excellent. Well, a number of women are talking today. Nikki Haley is one of the speakers today.
Yeah, and Nikki Haley is an ideal surrogate because she's a governor. She has been dealing with a big labor issue in her state, but with Boeing, and it has been fighting with the National Labor Relations Board. So that's like kind of real red meat to the base here. It's a business issue, and she's the first Sikh governor of South Carolina. So she's got a lot going for her. She is an ideal surrogate for Mitt Romney.
And she, as one of color, it's been interesting today. We've seen a lot of people of color earlier in the day. It was kind of a day for people of color, including her.
Yeah, well, the Romney campaign is pretty open about the fact that they know that Barack Obama obviously has a huge edge with minority voters. So they just have to try to cut into that. So we're also going to see some moves to bring in some Latino voters, but it's hard. That's a big challenge for them.
Is it hard to pull it off? At the same time, you have Chris Christie also speaking tonight, and maybe not giving a conciliatory, touchy-feely speech?
At the risk of repeating myself, we have the hammer and the rose.
I was calling it the Beauty and the Beast.
Well, as a straight news reporter, I could never go that way. But, Chris Christie is going to be delivering a red meat message, we think.
Well, I'm from Jersey, so I can say this. Us folks from Jersey, we can sometimes be a little rough around the edges. I think certainly the governor can be rough around the edges sometimes.
I'm from Philly. We couldn't get far enough away from you guys.
Exactly. You guys can. Yeah. You're trying that accent. You guys are barely comprehensible to the world. But that being the case, in this, as you said, the speech Christie's going to give is going to go over great in this hall. We have no doubt about that.
Right.
How will it play to the rest of the country? I mean, how do you both energize the Republican base, which Mitt Romney needs to do, as we've said, he's not sold his case yet to the faithful, and at the same time reach out to undecided and independent voters in the middle in the swing states.
It's a tightrope. I mean, getting this building going, especially with some really kind of aggressive anti-Obama rhetoric, that's the easy part. The hard part is bringing in a lot of undecided voters voted for Obama last time. Some of them still want to see if they can give him more time. Sure. So if they attack too hard, those voters get defensive and protective of the man they voted for. So it's a balancing act. Chris Christie can use humor. I mean, he knows how to modulate to some degree for all the bluster we see around him.
And can he help with the whole humanizing question? I know you guys were starting to hate that word humanizing, but humanizing of Mitt Romney. I mean, Chris Christie's a regular guy, American, not a billionaire. I mean, his answer, it was interesting on the Today Show today when Matt Lauer asked him, what do you think this whole Mitt Romney having all his money in overseas tax havens is a bad thing? Does it look bad politically? Should he have taken care of that years ago? He's been running for office for 6 years now for this presidency. And Christie said, well, look, I don't have billions of dollars to put overseas, so it's not a problem I got, Matt. Right there, he's already, again, painting the contrast between him regular Joe American could lose a few pounds, like most Americans, and Mitt Romney looks great, could be on the cover of a magazine, and really rich.
Well, that's why Christie's a good surrogate for that, because part of what the Romney campaign is trying to do is amp up that working class vote. Especially with men. Obama's lost a lot of it. Christie speaks to that. So some of it is drawing in the people who they want to pull away, but it's also amping up the people who get the numbers up on working class, working stiff guys, some of whom don't trust Romney, aren't convinced. Chris Christie's a great surrogate for that. But like you pointed out, it's a very different Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, just two like completely different messages.
And maybe if the Republicans didn't have to do it all in one night, if they had 4 nights instead of 3, and this could have been 2 different nights, it might have been easier to send those messages.
But let's not forget that Ann Romney is the speech of the night. And they moved this. Ann Romney was supposed to speak on Monday night. The networks did not want to cover in prime time the convention on Monday night. They moved Ann Romney to Tuesday night for a reason. And I really believe that is one of the most important things here.
As we come out of this convention, as the convention continues, then we come out of the convention, who will you be talking to? What kind of voters will you be watching to see if this very tight, at least according to the national polls, if this very tight presidential race is falling one way or the other? What kind of voters will you be watching?
I think I'm most interested in 2 types of voters. The working Joes you're talking about in Ohio. Ohio is so important. So those working class guys, did Christie at all bring them around? And then I'm fascinated by these wavering former Obama, or possibly Obama voters again, but these wavering Obama undecideds. That's such a delicate extraction process that the Romney campaigns, and its well-moneyed super PAC allies are trying to go. So you're seeing these ads. He's a great guy. He's just not getting it done. That is such an interesting ad and such a delicate message.
Right. Well, you heard it also from Sununu today, former head of the Republican Party, former governor of New Hampshire, saying Mitt Romney's a generous guy. He's a nice guy. Yeah. He's a sweet guy. I mean, does it get silly at some point? I mean,
I don't know. I was in the convention hall, or where the press is today, and the actor, I said this earlier, but the actor John Voight came over, and he was getting into that. He's a great guy. I'll tell you guys, you don't know, this guy's such a great guy. And that was basically his message. So, I don't know. Did we need John Voight to tell us that? I happened to be walking by, so.
Well, thank you so much, Jim, for joining us tonight. That wraps up for me here this evening. Megan Lieberman, my colleague, will be joining us soon. Before we go to Megan, we're going to toss to the floor so you can hear a little bit from a small business owner who supports this ticket. Thanks for joining us, and please stick around.
That's when I remembered something my dad used to say. My dad was an old school guy, a former drill sergeant, blue-collar worker his whole life. He taught us to work hard, but think big. I remember he once pulled off the road and pointed to a big factory. That's more than a building, he told me. It took a lot of work to get that big, but it all started out as an idea around someone's kitchen table. I guess you could say our upholstery business was our kitchen table idea. 15 years later, we employ more than 70 people in our 70,000 square foot factory. And we're so proud of what we do. We make umpire vests for little leagues, products for the men and women that serve our country, restaurant seats for pizza chains, and protective gear for our allies in the Israeli military. We're actually taking work away from Chinese and Mexican competitors and bringing it back to Delaware. How did it happen? We defied the odds. We rolled the dice on losing or gaining everything. We didn't listen to the experts. We grew our dream. And with our son Simon, we didn't listen to the experts either. Yes, he still struggles with autism. But this past June, he completed his first year at the University of Delaware. I can't tell you how much this means to him and how much it means to me, the mom of a special needs child. Raising our family and building our business have been the twin passions of our lives. But what struck me is how similar they are. If you've ever raised a child or you started a business, you know what I'm talking about. You put your heart and soul into it. You work to find the 25th hour in the day. You struggle to overcome insurmountable odds. And you do it all because you believe in an unlimited future. An unlimited future. Isn't that what America is all about? But today, when I talk to the young families and the struggling businesses that I meet throughout Delaware, I have to ask, are we creating an unlimited future for them? A Gallup report recently said that nearly 50% of small business owners aren't hiring because of what they call regulatory uncertainty. Can you blame them? This administration has imposed 106 new regulations, major regulations. They're on track to create 109 million new paperwork burden hours, and by year's end, $110 billion worth of new regulatory costs will be laid on the backs of business owners and taxpayers. You might call that regulatory uncertainty. I call it an all-out assault on free enterprise. That's what worries me about this administration. They seem so eager to fix society, but they don't have a clue about how to fix the economy. In the end, it comes down to what you believe. And yes, they are believers. The Obama administration believes in experts and blue ribbon panels. They believe in creating new agencies and boards. They believe in all that, but they just don't trust the entrepreneur's ability to grow her own business and to create jobs. Mitt Romney not only believes in the values of economic
coming back to the floor
freedom,
a little later.
his entire
I'm Megan
life
Lieberman,
has
and this is
been
our
committed
second
to
hour live from
advancing
the
it.
Republican National Convention.
Last April,
After
I
a
was
slow start, we're in
privileged to be
full
one of
swing
the
here tonight. Mitt Romney was officially nominated and flew into Tampa earlier today to see his wife Ann speak. I'm joined now by Michael Barbaro, who covers the Romney campaign. So, Michael, it's Humanize Mitt Romney night. And,
that's right.
And Ann Romney is, of course, humanizer-in-chief, right?
Yeah, I mean, her role throughout this campaign, and it's a very personal role for her because she really recoils at the image most people have in their heads of this marriage as being perfect, picturesque. I remember using that word in an interview with her. I said, it's so picture-perfect marriage. You can see her physically firm up. She says, no, it's not.
And in the speech excerpts that they've released tonight, actually in the speech she says it's not a storybook marriage.
That's right.
She's like pushing back against that narrative.
Her role has long been to do this in a very subtle way, to sit in rooms, largely tease with many women in Iowa and New Hampshire, wherever, and to tell them the story of her medical struggles, to say, this is what I've been through, and do you know who was there by my side the entire time? Right. Mitt Romney. What I'm really struck by in the excerpts we've just seen from her speech is how they departed from that much subtler approach that's offensive without being defensive. And they're quite defensive in a way in this speech. They say, we know our image. We know you think we are X. We are actually Y.
Right.
I'm very surprised that because in a weird way they're telling their critics and the wider world,
you've done your job.
Yeah, we know what you think of us. And it surprises me.
She has played this role of being sort of the softener, and that's kind of a very classic wife role in a lot of these campaigns. But she's had a heavier burden because her husband has been at least typecast as being fundamentally unknowable. And actually, even people like you who follow him and spend a lot of time with him have found him to be pretty unknowable.
Yeah, she's not just filling in gaps. She's starting with a fairly blank canvas in some fundamental ways, like in the way he might make somebody out there in the voting world have a strong emotional reaction. That comes from her.
Right.
And when we're out on the campaign trail, she grabs the mic, and there's just a lot more to grab onto when she's speaking, and I think you're going to probably find that tonight as well.
Right, but this is a role she has to play with him. He does have this large empathy gap with the president that comes in poll after poll after poll. And she's probably the best weapon they have to address that.
She is. She's probably their only weapon. I mean, who else is there?
I mean, their sons. I mean, the sons have done a lot this week.
Fair enough. Yeah. But when it comes to the sort of the female role in this campaign, we've talked about this. On the vice presidential list, very few women, and very few women who most people thought were being taken seriously.
Kelly Ayotte, who's we're going to hear from in a little
candidates.
while.
So they're gonna squeeze as much out of these couple of women as they possibly can to get mileage here, but there haven't been a lot of prominent female roles. Mitt Romney's mother is not alive, so she's it.
Right, and actually so much of the legacy about his life is about his father and not about his mother, and he's only got sons, so the women in his life are actually pretty limited to Anne.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a widely acknowledged kind of patriarchy in that family. But one of the things I think is misunderstood about Anne Romney is that she really isn't, and this is why it irks her.
Right.
She is not the docile wife. She's
no,
actually
she's a huge decision maker in his
more
life,
of a competitor and a striver than I think anybody realizes. I go back to the fact that in 1977, before politics was even a glimmer in Mitt Romney's eye, Anne Romney had run for local office in Belmont, Massachusetts. She was somebody who told her parents more or less to stuff it when they said don't get married as a young person.
Right.
She was a person who, when she decided to play tennis, did it competitively in the country club circuit. I mean, there's something about her that is lost in the sort of current way we think about her. I'm very curious as to whether that part comes through, or if the sort of caring, adoring wife part comes through, or if they thread the needle somehow down the middle.
Right. Now, you've been around her a lot on the trail, and she has been a big presence on the trail, but she hasn't really had to do a speech like this. She does this sort of 5-minute introduction of her husband. She does the tease, as you were saying. She does sort of very limited media interviews, which are pretty controlled. This is a really different kind of experience. A, you're speaking in a hall of 20,000 people, but it's also being viewed by millions of people, and you know it.
This is the biggest speech of her career, and probably the biggest speech of their marriage. And what we've been told is that they have together spent a lot of time at a private school up in New Hampshire, locked the doors, closed it, and rehearsed the heck out of this speech, as Mitt Romney would say.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to be coming back to you in a little while.
Look forward to it.
The Tea Party has flexed its muscles this election cycle, and it came to Tampa to make sure its conservative principles were reflected in the party platform. Meanwhile, grassroots activists are hard at work on their next goal, winning control of the Senate.
Hi, I'm Gina Bell. I'm a local activist, and we're out kind of just going door to door and talking to people about Josh Mandel. So I got involved to help take back the country and, put it back on the path of fiscal responsibility and limited government, more freedom.
You guys helped us out in our primary.
Thank you.
I'm here to return the favor.
What I'm most proud of having accomplished in the Tea Party is we waged an 18-month campaign leading up to our May 8th primary of this year to defeat Senator Lugar, and we did that by uniting the Tea Party.
Through the grassroots, getting out, getting the name recognition up with sign waves and sign placements throughout the state. We also were involved with a couple of initiatives, that petition drives, that put some issues on the ballot that really followed the Tea Party philosophy.
Today we are doing a few different things. We are really trying to build Josh's name recognition. So we have sign plantings. We also are doing a lit drop, which has some of the local candidates, Mike Wilson, Brad Winstrup. The last piece we have is literally door knocking and going out to introduce Josh Mandel to, some of the voters that may not be all that familiar with him at this point. Do we think we can count on your vote for Josh?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so thank you guys very much.
Our role is to just go to Tampa, talk to these people, see if we can't get them convinced that the winning strategy to win the presidential election this fall is not to be middle of the road, but to be right conservative, fairly hard right conservative.
I hope that they're very open to listening to the Freedom Platform from, Romney and Ryan. I mean, this is a perfect ticket, and having the perfect platform, with grassroots, a basis to it is, I think that's a winning team. Local neighbors to spread the word about Josh Mandel. Are you familiar with Josh Mandel yet?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our objective is not only to win the Senate, but to win the control of the Senate, and that is going to be achieved by the ones we already have there that we consider our allies, Senator Lee from Utah, Rand Paul from Kentucky, Marco Rubio, Jim DeMint.
Are you familiar with Josh Mandel?
Yes, my vote already. So.
Okay, you've got
The
it.
reason I do is because I love my country, and our country is on the verge of economic collapse.
I consider this to be our Omaha Beach. This is all the marbles.
It's very rewarding. Let's keep winning. Let's keep going. It drives you.
Okay.
I'm joined now by Brendan Steinhauser of FreedomWorks, one of the largest Tea Party organizations. So, Brendan, there has been a lot of enthusiasm for Mitt Romney from Tea Party forces so far this year. How do people feel about him now?
I think right now you can tell that the mood has become, we've got to get rid of Barack Obama. He's the guy that's standing in the way of us getting to what we want to get to, which is smaller government. So I think the primaries played out. We didn't necessarily have
So you're
our guy.
resolved that Mitt Romney's your guy?
I think we have no choice but to say, look, we have two choices now. It's between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, and we have to choose Mitt Romney this
And is
point.
that going to be enough to motivate people, you think?
I think it will be. I think that when I talk to people around the country about the battles that have happened in the last couple of years and what we're looking at in the next 9-10 weeks of the election, people are resolved that we have to beat Barack Obama and take back the U.S. Senate.
You are more excited about the platform, right? I think, I know I've seen FreedomWorks has taken a lot of credit for sort of influencing the platform this time. How do you guys feel like you made your voices heard?
Sure. Well, the first thing is we really turned this all on its head. We had a crowdsourced document where over 1 million people voted on what issues they felt should be in the platform. And that alone, opening that up to people that had never participated before, was a win in itself to be able to do that, to come to Tampa and to present those ideas and basically have most of them either adopted or, maybe not exactly how we wanted, but the issues were addressed.
Were there things that you were particularly proud of within the platform itself beyond the process?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we put together what we call 12 for 12. And basically some of the issues that we wanted to make sure got in the platform, like taking cap and trade off the table, fighting all tax increases, no more bailouts, repealing and replacing Obamacare. There's a lot of issues that we're actually taking up essentially word for word in the platform. So we're very excited about that.
What are your targets for the fall? Are you guys more focused on the Senate and House races than you are on the presidential race, as important as you think it is to replace the president?
Sure. You have to allocate scarce resources very effectively. And so when we look at the map, we say the most important political goal is actually taking back the U.S. Senate and getting a majority of the Republican majority. In other words, conservatives
So
instead
the
of
Senate's your number one priority?
I would say the Senate's number one. The House, protecting the House, is probably number two. And number three would be beating Barack Obama.
Now, the one thing that people were maybe less happy about these days were the rules. There was a lot of unhappiness about some rule changes that the RNC and the Romney campaign were trying to push through that a lot of the grassroots organizations felt were undemocratic. And we're going to actually make it harder for insurgent candidates and grassroots organizing in the future. There seemed to be a sort of uneasy settlement today when the rules were adopted. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, it was kind of a throwback to, maybe the 1920s Republican Party and the smoke-filled rooms. And, I feel like there was some attempt to kind of say the grassroots, the Tea Party folks that supported Ron Paul are maybe a problem, they're trouble. So we've got to figure out a way to change the rules to deal with them. We really believe the grassroots is the heart of the Republican Party, and the party bosses, and the establishment really does need to listen to us. I think they made a big mistake. It was a bad PR move. It really reflected poorly on the establishment.
The booing is never good.
What's that?
Booing in the hall is never good.
Booing is never good. It's bad for the party. It's bad for the nominee. But I think that was a lesson to them. Really, don't take us for granted. We're very serious about essentially taking over this party in the next few cycles, and we're bound to do that.
Thanks so much, Brendan.
Thank you for having me.
Kelly Ayotte is speaking on the floor, so we're going to go take a listen to her for a while.
We borrowed money to pursue our dreams, and believe me, there was no guarantee of success. We were certainly not too big to fail. We had to make it work. Yet through all the hard work and sacrifice, we pulled together as a family. And as the business grew, so did our extended family. And I speak to you tonight with great concern for our employees, their families, my family, and your family. My concern is that President Obama is making it very difficult for small businesses to get started, to create jobs, and to survive. You know what I hear all the time from small business owners that I speak with? They want to focus on their business. The Obama administration wants to bury them with rules, regulations, and red tape. From the National Labor Relations Board to the Department of Labor to the EPA, under this administration, the regulations are up and the job creation is down. President Obama's view is clear. He actually believes that as a small business grows, the federal government should take a larger and larger share of its earnings. That's punishment for expanding and creating more jobs. I call it a success tax.
We'll be hearing from a lot more women speakers as the night goes on. But now we're going to Metro editor Carolyn Ryan, who's standing by in our media center. She's a special guest, the author of The Real Romney, one of the definitive biographies of the new nominee. Carolyn, over to you.
Thank you, Megan. Scott, I'm really fascinated by the focus on likability in this convention, that the convention is essentially supposed to both humanize and make Mitt Romney more likable. You're somebody who's observed Mitt Romney up close and really thought about him. Does he care whether we like him?
No, I don't think he does. I think he's smart enough, though, to know that people need to like him for him to win. So I think it's almost a strategic decision that they feel like they need to humanize him and make him more likable to win. But I don't think he is a traditional politician in the sense that he craves that kind of approval. You know, he doesn't seek that. He doesn't need that kind of, I think, sort of social engagement with people. Like, he doesn't need them to like him. He doesn't need to come off that way. But he knows that voters, whatever they think of the economy, they want to like their president, and they want somebody who can relate to them. And he's smart enough to know that he has to show them that person.
There's this interesting contradiction around Romney, which I think you have talked about, where people who are at some distance from him see him as sort of alien and remote. And people in his inner circle, in that sort of bubble, have almost not only an admiration but an adoration of the guy. You know, what's going on there? Why is there that ferocity of feeling from such a select few, and why do so few people sort of make it into that world?
Because I think you have two Mitts. I mean, you have the public Mitt and the private Mitt. I think the private Mitt is somebody who is very well known, of course, in his family and very well known in his faith. That's where he is most comfortable, in those settings. And most people who know him will tell you that when he is in a place where he doesn't know people well, or he's supposed to make small talk, he kind of clams up, he gets uncomfortable. So, I mean, what is a presidential campaign, right? It's like day after day of making small talk with people. Right. So I think inherently he's just not comfortable in that environment. So we see him come off as aloof or cold, distant, whatever word you want to use. And these kind of descriptions, I think, drive the people closest to him crazy, because they see a very different Mitt Romney, the warm, humane, funny dad or church leader, guy who's willing to, like, do the moonwalk or wrestle on the floor with his boys. And so I think one of the challenges, of course, for him is to show enough of that side of himself to the country, but it's something that he's been unable to do so far. This is, of course, a whole new setting for it. So.
Well, does he have a certain ease that we don't see in dealing with fellow Mormons and dealing within the Mormon circles where he has some stature and has a real role?
I think he does. I mean, it's hard to say, not having sort of been there for those moments, but by all accounts, this is a setting where he feels most comfortable, and it makes sense, right? He grew up in this Mormon household, and for people who aren't familiar with the faith, it's not just somewhere you go to church on Sundays. I mean, it is a lifestyle. It informs your values, your schedule. It informs, how you go about each day, right? I mean, through the week, there are literally events every night, almost every night. So that is the social setting that he came up in, and that is the social setting in which he's most comfortable. Once he's outside of that, he doesn't connect nearly as well.
Now, I understand you have a humanizing story where Mitt Romney essentially saved your life.
He saved my life. Well, no, he didn't save my life, but he would have saved my life.
Yes.
And
he made a gesture towards
He made a gesture toward me that I think reflects well in him and his charitable impulse. When I was up at his not very small New Hampshire house a couple of summers ago for a press event. I was on the back of a golf cart that was being sped off. I didn't realize it was being sped off. He was right behind me. I almost fell to the ground, but you know, his first instinct, to his credit, was to reach his arms out there and make sure I didn't fall down. So,
is there video of this event?
There's not video of this event, but I will attest to it, and I think it does reflect well on his, you know, his instincts.
Tell me a little bit about Ann Romney's relationship with Mitt Romney. I mean, she, as you know, her favorables are higher than her husband's. She seems adored by the delegates here. What do you notice about their relationship, and what's authentic there?
I think it is very authentic. I mean, I think she is somebody who has always really been his chief counselor, if you will. But also, when you think about, again, him coming from this Mormon tradition, you know, family is everything in the Mormon church. If you don't have a strong family, you know, like, everything stops, right? That is the thing. And so, to Mitt Romney, it's not just that he sort of puts his wife on this pedestal in some kind of cliched way, but I think he really sees her as the head of this Mormon family, and therefore, like, he's fulfilling these very high expectations of his faith. I think the problem we've seen in past campaigns when they've tried to humanize them together is it's completely backfired.
Right,
you probably
right.
remember in 2002 when he was running for governor, they ran this famous ad called Ann, and it was meant to do this humanizing thing, and it was Mitt and Ann on the couch, and it was very lovey-dovey. They talked about how they ran out of gas on their first date. But it was a very cloying ad. It completely backfired. It bombed. His numbers, poll numbers tumbled. And I think it's because it went too far the other way. In attempting to humanize them, the campaign made them seem almost sort of fairy tale-ish and too distant. So I think what you'll see her do tonight is try to say that we have a real marriage, right? We don't have some fairy tale distant thing that you voters can't relate to. We have a real marriage with real problems, because I think they will walk that fine line, because again, if you push that too far, it has the potential to completely backfire on this whole convention.
Well, high stakes for Ann Romney.
Indeed.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you being here.
My pleasure.
Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Carolyn. The Romney campaign's hoping to get a lift coming out of this convention and to carry that momentum into the fall. But how big a bounce can the Romneys expect? And how long will it last? I'm joined now by Nate Silver of the 538 blog. So, Nate, there's all this conversation about convention bounces. How big a bounce you can get, and that the Romneys are sort of the Romney campaign expects to get a bounce. So, how big is the typical convention bounce?
Well, it depends, but historically, if you go back to 1968, 1972, it's been about 7 points on average. So bigger. It's pretty big, bigger than the deficit Romney has with Obama right now.
Oh,
so
by
basically,
a lot, and actually sounds bigger than I remember in recent years people getting.
Well, that's a good memory, because it used to be, we had a bunch of years in the 70s and 80s where you might have had a 12-point bounce or a 15-point bounce. Bill Clinton got like a 20-point bounce, in part because Ross Perot temporarily dropped out before coming back in at the same time.
Right.
But it has been smaller lately. John Kerry, some people have compared Romney to Kerry. Kerry got almost no bounce in 2004. Obama got very little bounce as the out party, the opposition party, in 2008. He was ahead, but didn't go much further ahead, and then McCain and Palin got a bigger bounce 4 years ago.
And like, how long does a bounce typically last? Are they things that go on for a while? Does it depend how close the other convention is?
Well, it used to be that it would last for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. Usually the one party gets a bounce until the other party has its convention.
There used to be more space between conventions, too, right?
This in 1980. Bill Clinton did, as I mentioned. But that's changed also, where Kerry, the opposition candidate, didn't get much of a bounce and into politics so early. Everyone knows who Mitt Romney is. It's good for him to have 3 days of on-message stuff. It's going to be broadcast by networks when they're not on the hurricane.
If you were to tell me what you expect coming out of this, what do you expect?
I think the over-underline for Romney is about a 4-point bounce. So maybe instead of seeing him down by 2 points, the national average, we might see him ahead by 2 if there are polls conducted in this interim period. But there's so little space between the two conventions, we don't really have enough time to even measure the bounce.
Our credit rating was headed down the drain. And we had suffered a loss of 400,000 jobs. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight, The greatest moral issue in America today is job creation. We had lost 400,000 jobs. Our people were hurting and our families were hurting as a result of the recession. In Ohio, we were following a policy of tax, spend, and duck. And that's too much of what politicians do. They want to avoid the tough issues. But when we came into power with my colleagues in the legislature, we took our problems head on. We balanced our budget. That $8 billion deficit was eliminated without a tax increase in the state of Ohio. And we could not raise taxes because we were not competitive. So you know how we did it? We did it the way that a family does it. We sat down and set priorities. We eliminated those programs that we no longer needed. And you know, when government people spend our money, they're very wasteful about it. So we went through it and eliminated those things we didn't need, but we prioritized those things that we really did need. And I'll give you an example. We allowed mom and dad to stay in their own homes, if able, instead of going into a nursing home where the costs were 5 times as high. And when they're in their own home, they're healthier and happier and, frankly, more independent. And that saved us a lot of money because we made government work better. And that made a heck of a lot of sense for us. We also cut taxes because Ohio needed to be competitive. We were $8 billion in the hole. We balanced the budget, but we cut our taxes. And we cut the income tax. And the reason we cut it is so that Ohio could be competitive. And at the same time, we killed the death tax. We killed the death tax. And we killed that death tax because no person should have to visit the undertaker and the tax man on the same day. And small businesses and farmers should be able to pass on their hard work to the next generation. And we need to do it in Washington as well. And we restored common sense in our regulations. And you know what? We still protect the environment, we protect our families, but we don't overregulate and kill the job creators in our state. In fact, we want to honor the job creators in our state and work with them because they help our families.
It's all cheers on the floor now, though we did see some outbursts earlier. But modern-day conventions are mostly pretty scripted affairs. It wasn't always like that.
The Republican Party, for more than half a century, has been divided between its establishment, often located in the East Coast or the Northeast, and its insurgents, who come from the heartland, the Middle West, or from the South and the Southwest, the Sun Belt, as we often call it. Those two conflicting groups, those factions within the Republican Party, meet and converge and tangle every 4 years. And in an earlier time, before television became the big eye, the vehicle through which we got all our political knowledge, conventions were open battles. The 1952 Republican Convention was one of the most brutal in modern history, though many have forgotten it because all they remember is who the winner was.
It is more than a nomination I accept today. It is a dedication.
Dwight Eisenhower, the most beloved, perhaps, of modern presidents. In fact, Eisenhower was an interloper. It wasn't even clear that he was a registered Republican. The party chieftains on the East Coast saw that he was the figure who could recapture the White House for the Republicans, who'd been out of power since the election of 1932. But meanwhile, there were hardcore Republicans, in those days called the Old Guard, something like the Tea Party today, the true party stalwarts. They had their own hero, their leader, Robert Taft of Ohio. And because in that period, primaries had not emerged as the single way of choosing candidates, that election was decided brutally on the convention floor in Chicago. 1964 is the origin of the conservative movement's ascendancy in politics. The politics we know today of groups like the Tea Party originated in 1964 when Barry Goldwater, who came from the Southwest and was very much a non-establishment political figure, challenged the East Coast favorite, Nelson Rockefeller. And Rockefeller had more money, he was better known, he had a powerful political machine, but Goldwater had the grassroots activists behind him. And in a famous speech he delivered in 1964, when he accepted the convention, that's when Goldwater made actually defense of extremism.
That extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice.
The Mitt Romney we see today, who tries so carefully to present himself as an ideologue and as someone who can connect with heartland voters, is following the script that Barry Goldwater devised in 1964. 1976 is one of the most unusual conventions that either party ever held because the presumptive nominee, Gerald Ford, hadn't been elected. And Ford was greatly distrusted, like Eisenhower and Rockefeller before him, by the grassroots activists. Their hero was Barry Goldwater's own chosen successor, Ronald Reagan. When the convention was held in Kansas City in 1976, neither Ford nor Reagan had the majority of delegates necessary to win the nomination. So those last delegates were up for grabs, and that was decided at that convention. Ford, of course, ultimately won, lost the election, but Reagan was now positioned to make his next campaign run in 1980, which he won in the landslide. Early in the 1992 season, primary season, George H.W. Bush, who was running for re-election, having won handily in 1988, was challenged by an ideological conservative, Patrick Buchanan, in New Hampshire. And Buchanan ran very powerfully and led the charge, led the argument that George Bush himself was not truly a conservative. Although Bush won the primaries and secured the nomination, part of the arrangement the party made with Patrick Buchanan was that he would be given time at the convention in Houston to deliver a major address. And in that address, Buchanan declared that America was on the brink of a religious and cultural war.
There is a religious war going on in this country. It is a cultural war as critical to the kind of nation we shall be as the Cold War itself. But this war is for the soul.
Millions of voters, including millions of moderates, heard him say this and were frightened off by the Republicans. And so George Bush ultimately paid the price for Patrick Buchanan's insurgency. The most powerful arguments made by the right wing of the Republican Party, are often made not against Democrats, but against enemies within the tent, Republicans who aren't conservative enough. That's the battle that will probably be decided before Romney and his challengers take the microphone in Tampa.
I'm joined now by another convention veteran, Adam Nagurny. So Adam, we've had a couple little scuffles on the floor and booing, but really the idea of like a contested convention is a journalist's fantasy at this point.
Yeah, you know, it's really been a long time that something, I guess I would say, really unexpected and dramatic has happened at a convention, and that's because basically the nomination is usually decided beforehand. It was also the case this time because Romney decided to choose Ryan well before, as his vice presidential candidate, well before
so there's no surprise at all here.
No, I mean, the surprise is the unscripted. And something happened. So as a result, early on in the convention, one of the interesting stories is, and I guess that's still the case.
What will the Ron Paul people do, right? Like that's
Ron Paul people do. Will the hurricane sort of knock them off
course? Right, the weather's been our only unpredictable event in this convention so far. We had a little intrigue in 2008, again, sort of built up by journalists, which was the kind of idea all through the spring, at least, of the possibility of a contested convention between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
Right.
And then, so there was some intrigue leading up to that one. But that was really kind of
I'm not sure. I think you see every 4 years journalists like me writing stories about the possibility of a brokered convention.
Right.
I just don't think that's really unlikely to happen. I mean, it's just not. But last time in 2008, what was interesting was that you had the genuinely intense competition between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. And remember that Mrs. Clinton, kept going to the very end, and afterwards she kind of held open the possibility she might not release her delegates. So the big question, and I think it was legitimate, was what extent would the Clintons, both Hillary and Bill, embrace and help Barack Obama and sort of pass the Democratic baton on to them. So that was interesting. Remember that as opposed to today when they did the roll call vote, Hillary Clinton went for a unanimous vote behind Barack Obama.
Right. But mostly they're more like trade conventions, really, than nominating conventions. They're like branding events for the party and the candidate.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what they're supposed to be, right?
That's right. And I guess the newsworthy part, the problem with it for us is that a lot of it is just a commercial, okay? Right. It just really is. Now, newsworthy-wise, I am really interested in what Mitt Romney's acceptance speech is going to be and what Barack's acceptance speech is going to be. The stuff that's going on behind us is all clear by the committee. I can read it as a journalist and figure out what they think their most powerful and important themes are going forward. It's kind of interesting to me, but I don't really think it's that valuable or newsworthy. It's unusual that something unexpected or interesting is going to happen here, which is why networks are cutting back coverage.
And which is why I think there's so much pressure on the few big speeches that people are paying attention to, right?
That's right, yep.
Obviously, Mitt Romney's speech, there's been talk as though it's like the most important thing that he'll ever do in his entire life because the whole campaign rests on it because it's his last moment to define himself.
Which we say again and again, right?
Although he's got 3 debates, I guess, to define
and
himself
that's the other thing debates are actually more important.
But it is, kind of amazing that he's been running for president really for 5 years, and people really still don't know him, and so there is this kind of question of who is this guy, and they're devoting an entire convention basically to saying this is who Mitt Romney is.
Right. Well, you find that happens often, but this, like even with Clinton, Bill Clinton in '92, they reintroduced him with this sort of biographical film, and it was very successful.
Right.
This is more interesting and more sort of complicated. I mean, I think a lot of people have written about how he doesn't want to talk or he's uncomfortable talking about.
He doesn't have that narrative about adversity that Clinton did.
That we know of, yeah. And everyone normally has one. I think basically he's had a pretty, I'm not saying an easy life, but a comfortable life. So he doesn't have a story of Bill Clinton would talk about the adversity of having his father, I think, beat up his mother when he was a kid. And, I don't think that kind of thing exists in Mitt Romney's life. And a big part of his life is religion. And I think that he's a little reluctant to talk about his religion, his Mormonism. And also being a very successful investment capitalist. So that's also problematic for him politically.
Makes it hard.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adam.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Let's go now to my colleague Mike Shear, who's been keeping readers in the loop all day long on the Caucus blog. Over to you, Mike.
Thanks, Megan. I'm joined here in our workspace by Jeremy Peters, who's been looking at a lot of the convention coverage of the media and the like. Jeremy, let's talk, instead of talking about what we're covering, let's talk about us for a little bit and the media here.
That's something we're always loath to do.
Of course, terrible. Lots of folks, 15,000 journalists or something like that are here. But the interesting thing you've written about is this idea that that newspapers are doing what television used to do. Television is doing stuff on the web. Everything's kind of mixed up. And what's that all about?
Right. Well, it seems like everybody wants to be something that they're not, right? We're sitting here talking in front of a television camera with big lights shining on us, right? Not exactly the traditional job of a newspaper
reporter. Not what we trained to do.
Right. And what news sites like ours have been doing more and more is going into web video. There's a lot of opportunity for advertising dollars here, and it's a way to raise the profile of your brands, especially for smaller news outlets. And on the flip side of that, what you have are less traditional news outlets like the Huffington Post that are slowing down, and they're trying to do what we do. The Huffington Post, who started out as an aggregator, is now producing a lot more of its own content, and they've indeed even started producing a magazine.
With their own reporters, their own individual, original reporting and the like.
Right.
To some extent, that trend has played out before. We've seen that, but it's really intense here at the convention. Give us a couple examples of the kinds of things that you've seen here at the convention that kind of highlight that trend.
Okay. Well, I mean, walking around the convention, you can go into any workspace like ours, whether it's the Washington Post or Politico, and you'll see a television set. Just like this.
The Washington Post, I think I was in there not long ago. They have a couple of big couches for, you know, like a sort of.
It looks like Oprah.
Oprah set, exactly.
Yeah, so you have that. And what you have across the street is Bloomberg. Now, Bloomberg has set up this $1 million studio. And what they're trying to do is basically become a salon. They want policymakers, the big shots, all the Republican names that you read about, Condi Rice, Rob Portman, they're all coming there for breakfast in the morning, and these breakfasts are on the record, they make news, and it's helping Bloomberg really pump up its profile.
And you think it'll continue?
I think, well, if there's the one thing that we've learned, it's that 4 years from now will look very different from what they are now. Remember, 4 years ago, hardly any of us had ever heard of Twitter. Now it's one of our primary sources of gathering news.
Always changing. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. The fragile economy will be one of the biggest factors that sway undecided voters across America. Video journalist Eric Olson caught up with one couple in Lakeland, Florida, whose votes are still up for grabs.
This stretch of Florida's I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando is considered key to winning this crucial swing state in the upcoming presidential election. Candidates are vying for the votes of undecided Americans like Marcus and Kate Freeman, who live in Lakeland, an hour east of Tampa.
There's 100 houses in this development, and out of these 100 houses, over 25% of them have come up vacant, empty, and foreclosed on.
In a place where dreams are in short supply these days, the Freemans are hopeful.
This is the corner of Duff and 98, and this is where I want my restaurant. This is going to be the place.
Marcus has plans to open a chili restaurant in a strip mall near their home.
If you look right here, my sign will be up here, and I want to get it so that it has a chili bowl on it, and the chili mounded with steam coming off of it, showing this is the place you got to be. Oh, I got it. Did you hear that pop? Yeah. My intent is by September, I would really, really like to be in enough position that I can physically open the doors.
Take that, and I'll give you a couple spoons.
Just last January, the family was on the brink of losing everything.
We actually are in the process of kind of losing our house.
Their home was in foreclosure, and they were so desperate to make ends meet that they were selling homemade chili by the side of the road.
It was scary. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't have any savings built up to find out, you know, where we were going to go. And we just felt like we were homeless with a roof over our head.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Their problems were so severe that they almost split.
We actually considered separating and letting her take and keep the boys under her name and be with her just so we could find an answer.
He wanted to give us a fighting chance. It felt like we were drowning, and he wanted to just say, look,
I'll walk away.
I'll walk away.
The roadside operation was shut down by a health inspector, but then the situation improved. Kate got her teaching certification, and her salary doubled. Marcus is now taking classes to learn how to run his own business.
This is my chili. This is our sizzling. This is the hottest one.
And although they project a fresh optimism today, they're skeptical that any help can come from a politician.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters who you vote for. Honestly, I really wouldn't vote for either of them.
There's such a strong disconnect. You know, they're multimillionaires. They just don't live in the same world that we live in.
The Freemans say they will make a last-minute decision on who to vote for in November. By then, Marcus expects his restaurant to be open.
And at the counter, there's going to be the register, and then I'm going to have the pictures of the different ways to eat the chili, because I don't think people are experienced enough on what they can do with chili. I mean, it can be on anything. I mean, hamburgers, hot dogs, fries. Oh, we do it with baked potatoes? It's great.
We're back tomorrow night. Paul Ryan will be the one to take center stage for his big introduction to American voters. Here with me now, Jonathan Weisman, one of our congressional correspondents, and you have looked into Paul Ryan's background as a guy that sort of burst onto the American scene for a lot of people. A lot of Americans don't know who he is, but you looked into it, and he's actually got a real interesting story.
I mean, this is a guy who has deep roots in Janesville, Wisconsin, but, you know, after he left to go to college, he really never went back until he decided to run for office. This is a guy who went from college to an internship on Capitol Hill, to Empower America, which was a kind of an up-and-coming think tank run by Jack Kemp and Bill Bennett, two real leading lights. Then, I mean, at the age of 28, he decides to run for office for the House, and that's pretty amazing.
So what does that say about his kind of ambition to be in Washington? Something that Republicans generally, and Mitt Romney in particular, have kind of denigrated, this idea that you shouldn't want to be in Washington, you should want to run a business or do something out in kind of middle America, and yet he really always wanted to get there, didn't he?
He really is a creature of Washington. I mean, this is a guy who got really interested in economic policy and economic theory when he was like 16, 17 years old. You know, this pivotal moment when he found his father's dead body after a massive heart attack at 16, became very serious. He got very into Ayn Rand, you know, when he was very young, when he was just a teenager. Then he started reading the Austrian libertarian theorist Friedrich Hayek. We like to say we found out that he was at one time he was a waiter just moonlighting at Tortilla Coast, which is a famous Mexican place on Capitol Hill. And he was at an after dinner party. Everybody's, you know, slamming back the beers. He's in a kayak talking about economic theory. I like to say he was in a kayak talking Hayek.
But and yet he has a persona that has sort of transformed him into a little bit of a folk hero back home. I mean, you know, it's a folk hero who's an economic, you know, wonk, but somehow that plays really well back home.
Well, you know, he never moved his family from Janesville. He's got 3, you know, beautiful little kids. He's got a beautiful wife. They all live in Janesville. He always hustles back on the weekends. In fact, you know, he doesn't spend a whole lot of time in Washington if he doesn't have to.
Doesn't he sleep in? He sleeps in his office.
He sleeps in his office, except like if he has visitors, then he goes to his sister-in-law's house in Bethesda, Maryland, just over the border. But he sleeps in his office. He gets into Washington as late as he can, usually like on Tuesday. He'll leave as soon as he can Thursday night. He'll be in Janesville. And this is a guy who spends his weekends bow hunting, catfish noodling. I don't know if you would know what that is, but
I don't know that I want to know.
Okay, this is when he visits his in-laws, his wife's family in Oklahoma. They like to go into this big lake, the Oklahoma. I can't remember the name, but they reach into holes with his fist and waits for the catfish to come and bite him, and then he grabs it from the innards and pulls it out. So,
and we'll get an introduction to this guy. With the nation, the world will get an introduction tomorrow when he gives his speech.
That's right.
A little bit, I'm sure, of the personal story, and then a lot of the policy as well.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't have Mitt Romney's task of projecting warmth. This is a really likable guy, and I think as soon as he steps on that stage, people will understand the asset he is to the ticket, because, you know, some of his theories, some of his proposals are controversial, but even his most fierce Democratic critics say they really like the guy.
Interesting. We'll all take a look tomorrow. Thanks, Jonathan. Megan, let's go back to Michael Barbaro for some more thoughts on today and what we could hear later tonight.
Thanks, Mike. So, Michael, there's a convention going on behind us.
There is.
What are you hearing back there?
You know, I am really struck by something I learned a long time ago when I started going to Mitt Romney events, which is that subtlety is not a hallmark of these events.
They don't like that?
There is such a Groundhog Day thing going on behind us. Everyone is bringing up the same points over and over again, the biggest one being the president's remarks about the importance of infrastructure to small business.
So we built it is everywhere.
You know, when he said, you didn't build that, the remarks often taken out of context, but every single speaker has brought it up. It's remarkable. And that brings a certain monotony to these proceedings, and I'm waiting for the topic to get a little more creative.
Well, it's going to get a little more exciting later because we have Ann Romney and we have Chris Christie, who we haven't talked about at all tonight. And it's kind of striking because this was his big night. I mean, he is the keynote speaker. That is the thing that gets usually, other than the nominee, like the most attention. And he's been sort of overshadowed by Ann.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, I'm going to take a wild guess here and say that Chris Christie is not...
Never overshadowed?
Well, first of all, not happy. This was supposed to be his day.
I know.
He is a man of extraordinary pride. even bravado. This was his night. This was his Barack Obama night. Go back to the original moment where the sky opened, the sun shone down. This was Chris Christie's night, and the weather kind of blew that all apart. But he's going to be an electrifying speaker. Anybody who's been with Chris Christie in a room knows that he has a tremendous ability to bring his full body, his full voice, and this incredible Street Fighter spirit to even the most, teleprompter-ish of speeches.
It is going to be a real contrast in styles, though, going from Anne to Chris Christie. Like, she's the sort of softening thing, and he's the hammer.
He is the rare porterhouse to her Caesar salad. I mean, it is going to be a very, very interesting
It is going to be quite a contrast.
Yeah.
All right, well, I can't do better than that, Michael. So let's go to the floor and listen to Bob McDonnell, who's speaking now.
In states with Democratic governors, it makes a difference. Republican governors lead 7 of the 10 states with the lowest unemployment rates. And 12 of the 15 states that have been ranked best for business have Republican governors. While the Obama administration borrows now $3 billion a day just to keep the lights on, Republican governors have closed $65 billion in budget shortfalls without raising taxes. In Virginia, over the last 2 years, with Republicans and Democrats working together, our unemployment rate is down 20% to 5.9%. We've added 151,000 net new jobs in Virginia. We've had nearly $1.4 billion in budget surpluses, and we've done it by keeping regulation and litigation to a minimum, and we haven't raised taxes. So, my friends, while the president talks, Republican governors lead. Talk is cheap, results matter. Conservative fiscal policies are working, and so are more Americans in the states with Republican governors today. Now, just think what we could do if we had a president who would support us and not obstruct us. Someone who has created jobs in the private sector, who understands the economy, and who has actually balanced a budget. Heck, for that matter, somebody who's actually passed a budget. We need President Mitt Romney. Because I can tell you, when Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan get together and they work with Susana Martinez or Scott Walker or John Kasich or Terry Branstad and governors from both parties across the country, we will get people back to work in this country.
It's been a busy day, and now we're joined by Ben Smith of BuzzFeed to help us sort through the social media coverage of every twist and turn of the day. So, Ben, what's been the big story on social media? You had the floor fight stuff earlier in the day, and I'm assuming that the Paul people were out there.
Yeah, the Paul pieces are, I mean, the folks, like, they're not that many of them, but they are all on Twitter. You know,
every single last
they
one of
are
them.
at-replying you and telling you that, you know, the revolution is being ignored and spurned.
It was semi-televised.
A tough day for the revolution.
It was semi-televised. What else has been sort of popping out there? What have been the reactions so far in speeches?
I mean, one of the fun things on Twitter is you sort of watch in real time as you know, as people hit, as people don't hit. I mean, it seems like the two speeches tonight that people got really excited about were John Kasich, who spoke with kind of real authority. You know, he in both from Ohio, from his time in government, talking about Barack Obama and the economy.
Because he's not very popular in Ohio at this point. He's a little better than he was earlier,
right. But he's very popular in this room.
And he's a very popular guy in this room.
And then Mia Love, who is an African American Mormon candidate from Utah, who, you know, in her actual campaign out there, she is very raw. She's very inexperienced. We sent a reporter out there, and she asked us to put her fundraising button on our website. And you had to sort of explain to her that's not how it works.
That's how it works, yeah.
So she's like really new to this, and she's the mayor of a small town, but they loved her here tonight.
There's also like all the speculation things that happen on Twitter on a day like this. When New Jersey put Mitt Romney over the top, I saw various people speculating, like, did the Romney campaign arrange for that? Because it's a good symmetry with Chris Christie, who's the keynote speaker, who's from New Jersey. And there were like people answering whether they had counted the number of poll delegates they were going to lose.
What's nice is like the people who are in this room, are watching that conversation can say, that we did that, or no, we didn't, and they actually know, which is sort of, everybody in here, these speeches can drone on. They're all on their smartphones, kind of, looking to see what's going on and what questions are being asked.
There was also a lot of speculation about what Mitt Romney's role was going to be here tonight. Would he just be in the hall? Would he introduce Ann Romney? There's a lot of sort of where is Mitt stuff.
Yeah, I think he's in town, right? And everybody's sort of waiting. I think the challenge for him is that he is the least anticipated speaker here, right? Like everybody's so excited about Chris Christie, Marco Rubio, Ann Romney. You don't hear a lot of people. Actually, reporter Rebecca Berg was running around asking folks, "Who are you excited to see?" And the answer is not, "Oh, I cannot wait to hear Mitt Romney."
But though we have an entire convention here, designed to drum up interest in and passion about Mitt Romney.
Yeah, so I think maybe Mitt Romney plus surprise maybe is the formula. I'm not sure.
What were some of the fun things? One of the most fun things that I thought you tweeted out today was all the pictures of delegates that they'd taken of themselves with John Voight.
Well, people love to take pictures of themselves with celebrities, and often there are a lot of celebrities at conventions, but for this convention,
John Voight is the biggest celebrity.
There was the Oak Ridge Boys. There's a couple pictures of tiny little Romney aides with these giant bearded Oak Ridge Boys, and there are a lot of pictures of people with John Voight, dozens and dozens. That was pretty much he's the celebrity of choice out here tonight.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
That's all for me. Now on to opinion and Charles Blow, who joins us with a lively conversation with two of his fellow columnists. Take it away, Charles.
Thanks, Megan. For years, the Times has published weekly written conversations between op-ed columnists Gail Collins and David Brooks. And now we're bringing those conversations to you on video. Gail and David spoke this afternoon as the Republican convention was getting underway.
David, we're at the Republican conventions conversing. This is very exciting.
We're actually facing each other.
Using
it's like
true
3D.
Words.
I can almost feel I can touch you.
We can use real words and talk and all that. I've got to begin with your column this morning in the paper, which caused massive hilarity all over the country. And I'm going to read just a couple of paragraphs about Mitt Romney, defining Mitt Romney. His teenage years were more turbulent. He was sent to a private school where he was saddened to find out there are people in America who summer where they winter. He developed a lifelong concern for the second homeless and organized bake sales with proceeds going to the moderately rich. Some people say he retreated into himself during these years. He had a pet rock, which ran away from home because it was starved for affection. He bought a mood ring, but it remained permanently transparent. His ability to turn wine into water detracted from his popularity at parties. We got 10 billion Twitters about this column, my favorite of which was, "When the revolution comes, David Brooks will be spared the guillotine by the line, a lifelong concern for the second homeless."
Bill, they cancel the convention for one day. I have no news to write about, so I just make stuff up.
And look what happened.
And so the depressing thing, it's all partisan. The reaction is entirely partisan. The Democrats thought it was funny. The Republicans thought it was not funny at all. So
how could that be?
These are the days we live in.
Let's talk. You're defining Mitt Romney here, sort of. That is the point of the convention. We're going to humanize Mitt Romney over the next 3 days. How do you think that's going to go? Give me a scenario. You would understand.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of interested by the tug of war in the Romney soul. So all the Republicans, they all want to humanize him. And apparently his wife wants to humanize him. And he gives some interviews, including to Politico, where he says, I am what I am.
No human.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Well, it's like, those other guys, Barack Obama, hope you change it, human fuzzy. I'm just going to deliver for the bottom line. I think that's a mistake. I don't know about you, but I want to see the inner turmoil.
The inner unhappy. When did this start? This business of we have to know the innerness. I mean, we didn't care about Dwight Eisenhower's innerness. Right?
We were in a better age then. I don't like the personalist political particularly, but we have had a history of candidates who have been witty in private. When you would talk to their aides, Al Gore was always witty in private. John Kerry was witty in private. The only person who wasn't witty in private was Richard Nixon. Even his aides said, no, he's not witty there either. So I don't know if you can recall the first.
It's hard. I think the beginning of all this, the absolute beginning of the we must know the inner turmoil thing was Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
And I remember a Joe Klein story in New York Magazine in which he recounted Bill Clinton standing up to his abusive alcoholic stepfather and saying, no, you will not hurt my mother, or something like that. And that was sort of the beginning of the Clinton transformation.
I think that's a good point. And as usual, Al Gore did a bad parody of it, because not only did he kiss his wife to an extreme extent, but he did something which I thought was actually off-putting. He talked about his sister's death, who died of cancer.
Yeah.
And I thought at a political convention that I didn't thought that was going a little too far.
Well, the weird thing about Al Gore was that if you saw him doing environmental stuff, he got very human. I mean, he wasn't talking about his inner turmoil, but he was likable, he was cheerful, he was engaged, he was a person you'd like to hang out with, talk about the environment, but he lost all that otherwise. And I'm wondering maybe Romney doesn't even like to talk about the issues, though. I can't figure out what he likes to talk about.
He's on his campaign face, and he says, this is my job, my mission here is to do this, and then all that other stuff goes away. I know several people who know him. I know a guy who was in the Mormon church in Boston, and apparently there was a sort of a listserv that went around where if you were moving, they'd say, can anybody help me move? And Romney had just lost his Senate race, and apparently he'd broken his collarbone, and he shows up one morning with this guy's house with his arm in his cast and says, I'll help you move. And he spends the whole day hauling boxes with one hand. And that's like a trivial story. Another one is some guy was poor, unemployed, his kids were injured in a car crash, and he showed up one Christmas morning with a bunch of equipment for the guy to have. And so there are all these stories, but I don't know if he wants to tell them.
The evil side of me thinks that these stories are like the neighbor that you have who's incredibly helpful and he's always coming over and fixing something for you, but then you think, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to invite him over for a drink, or, oh my gosh, we're going to have dinner with them, and you just would rather they not move your furniture.
It's a bad deal. Yeah, well, Romney doesn't want to come to your house for dinner, so I wouldn't worry about that.
What about your house for dinner?
Yeah, not today.
No, probably not today, but sometime in the future we will hope. What other humanizing things do you think are going on here?
Well, I want to see the religion. I don't know about you. I thought it was a good idea to let reporters into the church service last Sunday, and apparently they're going to have some Mormon church officials. I think that's generally a good idea. And here I have to, if you look at the opposition to Mormon presidents, it's pretty strong among evangelicals. It's really strong among seculars. And so here they're sort of like this bipartisan. I don't know if you regard that as the equivalent of bigotry or not, but it's a little.
I'm into the let the Mormon thing alone. I don't like any yelling about people's religion, even when the people are yelling about their religion, to tell you the truth. And you're really looking forward to the Ann Romney moment, right?
I think she's going to be the star of this convention. It's like rock stars. Sometimes they lean out into the crowd and the crowd catches them. Mitt Romney's not a crowd surfing kind of person, but she is. She will go out and.
I like this vision, Ann Romney.
Not physically, but emotionally.
Yeah.
And so people like her. And so and she knows the guy, and she's just a natural speaker.
I have to say, I have my wonders, but we're going to be back later this week, and we will be talking about it then. And until then, enjoy the conversation and enjoy the convention.
We will see you on Thursday.
Absolutely.
That was great. Gail and David will be back later this week with another conversation. We hope you'll join us. That's it for now. Now back to the news desk where Assistant Managing Editor Jim Roberts is standing by.
Charles. I'm here with Ben Smith, editor of BuzzFeed. Ben and I have talked several times so far. Did it yesterday when nothing was going on. We did it earlier this afternoon when a lot was going on. And the first thing I got to do is reflect on, I don't know, Ben, how many times have you been in a network like Skybox?
This is pretty sweet. I mean, TV on the internet has arrived.
TV on the internet. I mean, I grew up watching this stuff. Did I ever really think I would be here? I confess I didn't. I don't know about you. But it's kind of cool,
for
right?
radio.
Yeah. Well,
no, I mean, I think it's interesting. I mean, everybody's trying it out.
Yeah. Well, we're having fun. It's been fun working with folks at BuzzFeed, with my colleagues at the Times. We're still a little ways away from the main events. We've talked a lot about Chris Christie and Romney. It is going to be a very interesting night. But before we do it, we have a few other things that I thought we could talk about. I guess the first thing that I would ask you, having spent some time in the hall, either out there or in the concourse, any impressions on the people you've met or just walked up to?
I mean, I think one of the really interesting things that just from my experience out tonight was how Twitter has just sort of consumed the hall, and everybody in there is on their smartphone. The first person who grabbed me down there was a guy named Andy Lancaster, who I only know from him harassing me on Twitter about liberal bias, but it's kind of a reasonable on the troll spectrum. But just
he approached you.
He approached me because he knew me from the internet. There's this whole world of people know each other from the internet in there, in this way that was not true 4 years ago.
Okay, what are the kinds of things that he said to you, though?
Oh, I mean, I think he was just psyched to meet me. To sort of like make a connection in real life. He said he'd been trying not to go too far over into crazy land, which I appreciated.
I mean, one of the things that I, have noticed both in my timelines and looking more broadly, as the election has gone on, as the season's gone on, it has felt much more partisan almost every week. The emotions get tenser, snarkiness, bitterness, and of course trolls, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think right, and in fact, it's become impossible to interpret things through any lens other than a partisan. When I ran into David Brooks, your columnist today, who was kind of brutally, he had attempted what he had meant as kind of high concept parody of how the media was covering Romney.
Right,
and was immediately just taken as parody. This sort of ecosystem can't digest parody at all. So it was half the people were like, all right, David Brooks hates Romney now. The other half were like, why is David Brooks attacking Romney?
Right.
And there was just no other lens through which to interpret it.
Now, I know a lot of people out here think of us in the media as being universally liberal and universally biased.
Hive mind, I think is the word.
Yeah, right. How do you see that showing up in your stream at all?
I mean, to me, you can always, to me, the attacks on me or on you guys for being partisan almost track directly who's winning and who's losing in the polls. People are just, when a candidate is down, their supporters just shoot the messenger with such fury, and then when you report something that's good for them, they're very, very eager to spread that. So I think in a way, there's often these very intense frustrations when a candidate is losing, and often gets taken out on the media, which I think is totally fine.
Now, I assume you also, though, have a number of Republican readers, followers who do appreciate the role you're playing and like to have an honest discourse with you and your followers too.
No, I mean, we get at least I've always gotten as much, if not more. I'm looking for a word that's good for a family broadcast here, but crap from the left is from the right. I mean, I think both sides, almost in mirror image ways. I think often the right now does what Media Matters really specialized in 4 years ago, this kind of ankle biting, but not quite understanding how the ecosystem works, obsession with bias, but everybody gets more sophisticated with time.
Now, what about your followers on the left? Do they do they criticize you for not siding with them, or?
I mean, I think I think both sides basically often, and I think the welfare story, that I may disagree with a lot of folks on this, but is a pretty good example of this. Is something where both sides, and particularly the left, just feels like
you're not the welfare story you wrote today.
I'm talking about the welfare debate in general.
Oh, in general, yeah.
I mean, where I think a lot of liberals feel like this is a fact to check. Obama did nothing wrong. Romney is lying, and any reporter who doesn't say that is also lying. I actually think the story is a bit more complicated, and that's some of this fact-checking stuff makes me a little uncomfortable. And then often there are these policy debates that are hard to reduce to a number of Pinocchios. There were real policy changes made. It was not it's been exaggerated and magnified in the spotlight of the campaign.
Well, I mean, let's just go back for a second. You did write a very interesting piece today on the Romney welfare ad, and I know that the Washington Post did a very extensive fact check on it several weeks ago. That was one complicated piece. I mean, you had to really, really work through it. And in many places they say this is really complicated. And yes, indeed it is.
Yeah, I mean, some of these things are not facts. They're policy debates.
Right.
And real ones.
Yeah. Earlier today, both Ben and I tweeted out to our followers, what would you like us to talk about? What are you curious about? You even were a little more specific in some of your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I was asking people. So I think one of the things you see, both from a TV audience and in this room, although it's not always the same thing, is these stars get made at these conventions.
Yeah.
Stars can really fade, but more often stars are made. I think you saw tonight the beginning, John Kasich, the Ohio governor, who has had in some ways a tough term, who hasn't really broken through as a national figure before. His speech was incredibly well received. Mia Love, this obscure congressional candidate from Utah who's an African American woman, which is a rarity in Republican politics, though less than it used to be. And she's like a very raw candidate. I was telling Megan before our reporter went out to interview her. She asked if you would put a fundraising button on our website at the end of the story.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's kind of
maybe
new to
not.
This. She's a small town mayor who is new to this stuff.
And the Virginia
but
governor?
She killed out there tonight.
Did you hear any of the Virginia governor?
Yeah, Bob McConnell did pretty well, I thought. I mean, I think you saw, Scott Walker, who was just talking. It was really interesting. Like he came out and he said, "I'm Scott Walker." And
I heard the applause. Right. In fact, it was probably to me the biggest applause I'd heard up through the night.
His only real applause line was, "I'm Scott Walker." The rest of the speech was politely received. At one point, he said, "Vote for Mitt Romney," and that got like a nice round of applause, but nothing like just saying, "I'm Scott Walker." He's a guy who's, a symbol of the kind of like the Republican willingness to take on entrenched, Democratic interests. He maybe didn't quite live up to what people here were hoping for. And I do think, for the Romney campaign, there's some tension between wanting great, inspiring speakers and not wanting to overshadow the main event.
So when you asked your followers, I don't know, how'd you phrase the question? How?
Oh, just who were the stars?
Okay,
who surprised you?
What
Kasich and Love are the ones who seem to be popping through. I think that's, and it is, and these things are a huge opportunity though for folks to break through. I guess just to go back to it, the tension is, Romney's goal is not to be John Kerry, who made Barack Obama a star.
Right.
Like, and their goal is not to stage Obama 04; it's to stage Obama 08. So.
I was wondering also, we all got excerpts of Dan Romney's speech a couple of hours ago. It was interesting. I don't know how many people have used the word humanize in the last hour or two, but in fact, I didn't want to mention it. I just did. I thought some of her quotes were interesting. We haven't seen the entire speech.
Yeah.
There was a line in there where she talked about, not wanting her her marriage to be portrayed as like a storybook marriage, wanting to come across as a real marriage. She talked a lot about her own health problems. Did you see, what kind of reaction, if any, did you see on social media?
I think Republicans love Ann Romney. She's, and I think like there's this embrace of her and this defensiveness of her. I'm trying to find it, but if you see anybody tweet something like slightly snarky about Ann Romney, dressage horse jokes are common. You'll see conservatives really freak out about that. I think there's a sense that she ought to be off limits, and they're picking on her. Maybe particularly because of her health, and that's something people really sympathize with. Is something that's off limits. I think Democrats tread pretty carefully, but on Twitter, there's always somebody who says something incredibly obnoxious and gets gleefully retweeted by the other side dozens of times.
Another thing that I noticed a number of people were commenting on was the sheer number of women. The party is really trying to highlight them. A lot of the people during the roll call, a lot of the state delegations were fronted by women. There are women on the stage. Obviously, there's a lot that they're trying to prove, and some might even say overcome.
Women and people of color. Right. This party, they're in the shadow of this week of Todd Aiken saying kind of ludicrous medieval things about women's health, which, Paul Ryan, Mitt Romney denounced. but I think they also want to put a modern and female face on this event. Also, I mean, I think the Republican Party has worked very hard over the last decade to cultivate, female candidates at the kind of county and local and assembly levels. Some of whom are kind of rising up to federal office, and that's the same is true of candidates of color. Like the Democratic Party has, I guess, never seen itself as having to work at that because there are black districts electing black candidates, and so you don't see a lot of white Democratic districts where the local organizations are working hard to find African American candidates. The way in South Carolina, for instance, you do see Republicans working really hard at that, and I think they've been working at it for a while, and it's starting to pay dividends.
It is starting to pay
see
off.
That out there.
And you don't get the feeling that it's. I don't know. I didn't get the feeling that it was all that forced.
Right. It used 10 years ago. It would have felt forced. It would have felt tokenistic. They would have found people.
And the same with women as well, right?
Right. They would have found people who weren't really Central Party players. Like Condi Rice is going to speak. She's the Secretary of State. It's a party that has been for a long time aware that the country was changing and they needed to change with it.
Yeah, and Nikki Haley being a rising star,
and somebody who the party, she's somebody who won, the party's base in the most conservative state, one of the most conservative states in the Republican Party, South Carolina, embraced her because she did have this. She really embodied for them, I think, this kind of new reformist impulse.
Right.
It's also open to channel.
It's also interesting in all of the conversations that you and I have had over the last couple of days. We haven't mentioned the other woman of the Republican Party, Sarah Palin. But when you think about all of the women we've seen today and mentioning Nikki Haley, it is sort of weird. Her name may come up occasionally, but I don't think anybody's missing her presence, right?
No, she's managed to really marginalize herself. Last night she weighed in on. There's this rules fight, which actually got as far as it did, partly because Michelle Malkin, who's great at Twitter and her blog is a Real Hub stuff, was just driving it, and I think giving courage to the folks
driving the rules issue. Yeah, I saw some of that.
The conservative Ron Paul alliance, and there was, I think, the sense that it had been something that really often would have been this sort of ticky-tacky, hard to understand inside issue, was able to blow up very, very fast on social media, on the blogs, to become an incomprehensible, but very popular. Not that incomprehensible, inside versus outside. In the end today, they basically what happened was the conservatives and the Paulites tried to submit their signatures, and then on a very quick voice vote, were basically told that the submitters had been technically improperly submitted. They weren't in writing, they were electronic, forget it. Voice vote, went down, move on. A real inside power play that overwhelmed the blog posts, the tweets, the organizing here, and Sarah Palin coming in on Facebook as is her want.
Right.
Because in a way, she was the really first social media native politician. It was real. Yeah. She was doing it herself. She totally kind of got the power of speaking directly to her people on social media. Forget everybody else. I think she also then illustrated the limits of that and how she, had this narrow channel to specific people at the expense of it. Wound up being everybody else.
Well, let me ask you one more thing, and then we're going to throw it out to the floor. Talking about the rules thing, maybe this will be the last time we talk about Ron Paul, but I do, one thing that sort of lingers in my mind over all of that fight is just what is going to happen to these delegates? What's going to happen to the Ron Paul portion of the Republican Party? Not that it's that big, but I mean, these people left. Many of them. You had your reporter Rosie Gray had a really good story today.
Yeah.
These people are really disaffected. They're really, really angry. Are they going to stick around?
It's really interesting because there are two kinds of people in the Ron Paul movement. There's a group who really hail from the fringe in some sense, who we're never going to vote for a mainstream Republican candidate. We're going to vote for Ralph Nader. We're going to vote for Lyndon LaRouche. Really are in that 10% who exist outside mainstream American politics. At the same time, there are people like Rosie profiled this Ashley Ryan. She's a delegate from Maine. She's a 21-year-old math major at the University of Maine. Obviously, somebody who really wants to be involved in Republican politics, American politics, and just got shut out tonight, right? Lost her status as a delegate in this just sort of straightforward power play by insiders. I mean, that's not, this is somebody who the party would probably have wanted to be within its ranks.
Yeah, but is this person somebody who would likely just go over to the Democrats or just sort of fade out entirely?
I think that's a really good question. I mean, there are elements of that libertarian impulse, particularly gay rights, which is really important to a lot of young Paul supporters. Fits right in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you do get this feeling that they could, on any given election, they could go either way.
Right, because the thing is, a lot of them, they're really different from some of the more libertarian conservatives who, are probably pro-gay, but it's just not an issue that's hugely important to them, and so they're with the Republicans in economic stuff. A lot of the younger libertarian conservatives care a lot about gay rights. Actually, the big party tonight was being put on by that crowd is called HomoCon. It's sort of the hottest party at this convention. But they care a lot about gay rights. It's not a back burner issue for them. Something like really torments them about where the party is right now, and is like this opportunity for Democrats. I think
that's one thing. Maybe some people actually forget about the in the Ron Paul movement that libertarianism is at the core. I mean, they talk about some other things, but these people do really have that. I mean, granted, there's the small government aspect, but the freedom that is part of that is central to their philosophy.
And neither party really has much to offer them in the end.
Right. A couple of other things I wanted to just hit at. I don't know if you've seen anything in your stream that you wanted to mention, but I will say that one thing we talk a lot about social media. One thing we actually don't talk about are photo sharing, and I know you guys at BuzzFeed do a lot. I think there's a lot of cool stuff out there. I would tell people to check out Instagram and experience the RNC in a different way. And as interesting as I hope people will find our conversation, I think maybe they would like to see Rick Santorum on the stage. So we'll shoot it out there for a little while.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Rick Santorum.
Talk to you later.
Thank you. Always a pleasure, Jim.
Okay, off to the stage.
Thank you, thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania. It is a great honor for me to be here tonight with the love of my wife Karen, over here, and my 93-year-old mother from Florida, and some of our children. My oldest son, John, wanted to be here tonight, but he's a first-year cadet at the Citadel. And so I just want to say to you, John, proud of you, son. Thank you. I am a first-generation American. At the age of 7, my dad came to Johnstown, Pennsylvania, from the mountains of northern Italy, on a ship named Providence. How providential that one day his son would announce for president just down the road from the deep mines where his father, my grandfather, mined coal till he was 72 years old. When my grandfather died, I remembered as a kid kneeling at his casket and not being able to take my eyes off his thick, strong hands. Hands that dug his path in life and gave his family a chance at living the American dream. Working the mines may not have been the dream he ever dreamed. I never dared to ask him. But I think his answer would have been that America gave him more than he had ever hoped. America believed in him. That's why he believed in America. My grandfather, like millions of other immigrants, didn't come here for some government guarantee of income equality or government benefits to take care of his family. In 1923, there were no government benefits for immigrants except one: freedom. Under President Obama, the dream of freedom and opportunity has become a nightmare of dependency, with almost half of America receiving some sort of government assistance. It's no surprise fewer and fewer Americans are achieving their dreams, and more parents are concerned their children won't realize theirs. President Obama spent 4 years and borrowed $5 trillion trying to convince you that he can make things better for you, to put your trust in him and the government to take care of every problem. The result? Massive debt, anemic growth, and millions more unemployed. The president's plan didn't work for America because that's not how America works. In America, we believe in freedom and the responsibility that comes with it to work hard to make the dream of reaching our God-given potential come true. We believe it because it still works. Even today, graduate from high school, work hard, and get married before you have children, and the chance you will ever be in poverty is just 2%. Yet, if you don't do these three things, you're 38 times more likely to end up in poverty. We understand many Americans don't succeed because the family that should be there to guide them and serve as the first rung on the ladder of success isn't there or is badly broken. The fact is that marriage is disappearing in places where government dependency is the highest. Most single mothers do a heroic work and an amazing job raising their children. But if America is going to succeed, we must stop the assault on marriage and the family in America today. From lowering taxes to reforming social programs, Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan are dedicated to restoring the home where married moms and dads are pillars of strong communities, raising good citizens in our neighborhoods. A solid education should be the second rung on the ladder to success, but the system is failing. President Obama's solution has been to deny parents' choice, attack private schools, and nationalize curriculum and student loans. Mitt Romney believes that parents and the local community must be in charge of our schools, not the Department of Education. Yet we all know there is one key to success that has helped people overcome even the greatest of obstacles: hard work. That's why work was the centerpiece of the bipartisan welfare reform law. Requiring work as a condition for receiving welfare succeeded. And not just because the welfare rolls were cut in half, but because employment went up, poverty went down, and dreams were realized. It's a sturdy ladder of success that is built with healthy families, education, and hard work. But President Obama's policies undermine the traditional family, weaken the education system, and this summer, he showed us once again he believes in government handouts and dependency by waiving the work requirement for welfare. Now, I helped write the welfare reform bill. We made the law crystal clear. No president can waive the work requirement. But as with his refusal to enforce our immigration laws, President Obama rules like he is above the law. Americans, take heed. When a president can simply give a speech or write a memo and change the law to do what the law says he cannot do, we will no longer be a republic. Yet as my family and I crisscrossed America, something became so obvious to us. America is still the greatest country in the world, and with God's help and good leadership, we can restore the American dream. Why? Because I held its hand. I shook the hand of the American dream, and it has a strong grip. I shook the hands of farmers and ranchers who made America the breadbasket of the world, hands weathered and worn and proud of it. I grasped the dirty hands with scars that come from years of labor in the oil and gas fields, mines and mills, hands that power and build America and are stewards of the abundant resources that God has given us. I've gripped hands that work in restaurants, in hotels, hospitals, banks, and grocery stores, hands that serve and care for all of us. I clasped hands of men and women in uniform and their families, hands that sacrifice and risk all to protect and keep us free, and hands that pray for their safe return home. I held hands that are in want, hands looking for the dignity of a good job, hands growing weary of not finding one, but refusing to give up hope. And finally, I cradled the hands, the little broken hands of the disabled, hands that struggle, hands that bring pain, hands that ennoble us and bring great joy. They came to see us. Oh, did they come to see us when they found out that Karen and I were blessed with caring for someone special too, our Bella. Four and a half years ago, I stood over a hospital isolette, staring at the tiny hands of our newborn daughter, who we hoped was perfectly healthy. But Bella's hands were just a little different, and I knew different wasn't good news. The doctors later told us that Bella was incompatible with life and to prepare to let go. They said even if she did survive, her disabilities would be so severe that Bella would not have a life worth living. We didn't let go. Today, Bella is full of life, and she has made our lives and countless others much more worth living. I thank God that America still has one party that reaches out their hands in love to lift up all of God's children, born and unborn. And we say that each of us has dignity, and all of us have the right to live the American dream. And we also say that without you, America is not keeping faith with its dream that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, you know we are stewards of a great inheritance. In November, we have a chance to vote for life and liberty, not dependency. A vote for Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan will put our country back in the hands of leaders who understand what America can, and for the sake of our children, must be to keep the dream alive. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome the next U.S. Senator from the great state of Texas, Ted Cruz.
Good evening. I have the honor of standing before you this evening for one reason. Because thousands and thousands of grassroots activists stood united, not for a candidate, but for the sake of liberty. We are seeing something extraordinary, something that has dumbfounded the chattering class. It began in 2010, right here in Florida, in Utah, in Kentucky, and in Pennsylvania. It continued this summer in the state of Indiana, in Nebraska, in Wisconsin, and in the Lone Star State. We are seeing a great awakening, a national movement of we the people, brought together by what unites us, a shared love of liberty and an understanding of the unlimited potential of free men and free women. I want to tell you a love story. It's the story of all of us. It's a love story of freedom. It's the story of our founding fathers who fought and bled for freedom and then crafted the most miraculous political document ever conceived, our Constitution. The framers understood that our rights come not from monarchs, but from God. And that those rights are secure only when government power is restrained. It's the story of the brave Texians in the city of Gonzales, when General Santa Anna demanded that they hand over their guns and the cannon that guarded their city. They responded with the immortal cry, "Come and take it." It's the story of the greatest generation who rose up to confront the grotesque evil that was the Nazis and who ushered in the greatest era of peace and prosperity the world has ever seen. It's the story of civil rights pioneers like Dr. Martin Luther King, who stood up to the scourge of discrimination and bravely championed that each of us must be judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. It's the story of President Ronald Reagan, who turned back the growth of government and restored mourning in America. Who stood up against the oppressive evil of communism and demanded, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. It's the story of my mom, Irish and Italian, working class, the first in her family ever to go to college. She became a pioneering computer programmer in the 1950s. It's the story of my father, imprisoned and tortured in Cuba, beaten nearly to death. He fled to Texas in 1957, not speaking English, with $100 sewn into his underwear. He washed dishes, making 50 cents an hour, to pay his way through college and to start a small business in the oil and gas industry. My father is here today. When he came to America, él no tenía nada, pero tenía corazón. He had nothing, but he had heart. A heart for freedom. Thank you, Dad. It's the story of each and every one of you. We are all the sons and daughters of those who risked everything for freedom. And each of us has a duty to pass that same liberty on to the next generations. And yet today, many in Washington seem content to saddle our children with a crushing debt and a limited future. We're going broke. But I'm here today with a word of encouragement. Millions of Americans are standing up saying, we want our country back. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, we will not go down the path of Greece. We will not go quietly into the night. President Obama is immensely talented and a man of deep convictions, and yet his economic agenda is perilous indeed. This election presents a stark choice. We can continue down the road of the Obama Democrats, more and more spending, debt, and government control of the economy. Or we can return to the founding principles of our nation: free markets, fiscal responsibility, and individual liberty. Unfortunately, President Obama's campaign is trying to divide America, to separate us into groups, telling seniors Medicare will be taken away, telling Hispanics that we're not welcome here, and sending the vice president to preach a message of division. It's tragic how far we've come from hope and change. All of this is designed to distract from the real issues that matter. 23 million Americans struggling to find work, 16 trillion in national debt, and government takeovers of much of our economy. Imagine for a moment if someone surreptitiously charged thousands of dollars on your credit cards, saddling your kids with debts they could never escape. My wife Heidi and I are blessed with 2 little girls, Caroline and Catherine, 4 and 1. When Caroline was born, our national debt was $10 trillion. Today, as the debt clock shows, it's $16 trillion, larger than our gross domestic product. How do we turn our nation around? President Obama thinks the answer is more and more government. Government is not the answer. You are not doing anyone a favor by creating dependency, destroying individual responsibility. 55 years ago, when my dad was a penniless teenager, thank God some well-meaning bureaucrat didn't put his arm around him and say, let me take care of you. Let me give you a government check and make you dependent on government. And by the way, don't bother learning English. That would have been utterly destructive. Instead, my parents worked together to build a small business, to provide for their family, and to chart their own future. That's the American dream. Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan understand that government doesn't create jobs. Entrepreneurs do. 2/3 of all new jobs in our economy come from small businesses, and 2.3 million Hispanics own small businesses. And yet this administration has waged a war on small businesses, a war that is costing our future and our opportunity. I want to close by asking a few questions, with apologies to Barack Obama. Can we restore the Constitution? Yes, we can. Can we retake the Senate? Can we repeal Obamacare? And can we defeat President Barack Obama? Stand together with Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan. Restore the American love story. That, my friends, is change we can believe in. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please welcome to the Republican Party, former Democratic Congressman Artur Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Thank you so much. Now, some of you may know the last time I spoke at a convention, it turned out I was in the wrong place. So, Tampa, my fellow Republicans, thank you for welcoming me where I belong. Thank you. Thank you. Now we got to get on with the show. We've got to get on with the show because we have a country to turn around. This very night, you nominated the most experienced executive to seek the presidency in 60 years in Mitt Romney. He has no illusions about what makes America great. He doesn't confuse the presidency with celebrity or loftiness with leadership. What a difference 4 years makes. Now, the Democrats' negative ads do convince me that Governor Romney can't sing. But his record convinces me he knows how to lead, and I think you know which skill we need more. Now, America is a land of second chances. And I gather in this close race, you have room for the estimated 6 million of us who got it wrong in 2008 and who want to fix it. Maybe we should have known that night in Denver that things that began with styrofoam, Greek columns, and artificial smoke typically don't end well. Maybe the Hollywood stars and the glamour blinded us a little. You thought it was the glare. Some of us thought it was a halo. But in all seriousness, do you know why so many of us believed? We led with our hearts and our dreams that we could be more inclusive than America had ever been, and no candidate had ever spoken so beautifully. But dreams meet daybreak. The jobless know what I mean. So are the families who wonder how this administration could wreck a recovery for 3 years and counting. So many of those high-flown words have faded. Remember, my friends, the president's saying of negative politics and untrue ads, "Not this time"? Who knew "not this time" just meant not unless the economy is stuck and we can't run on our record? Remember when the president said of his own election, this was the moment when the rise of the oceans began to slow and our planet began to heal. Who knew the plain English version of it was, middle America, get ready to shell out $60 to fill up your car? And in terms of their crown jewel legislative achievement, who knew that when asked, could government conceivably impose a federal mandate requiring middle-class Americans to buy health insurance, whether they could afford it or not, that the Obama answer would be, yes, we can. So this time, in the name of 23 million of our children and parents and brothers and sisters who are officially unemployed, underemployed, or who have stopped looking for work, let's put the poetry aside. Let's suspend the hype. Let's come down to earth and start creating jobs again. This time, instead of moving oceans and healing planets, let's pay our bills down and pay down the debt on that wall so we control our own future. And of course, we know that opportunity lies outside the reach of some of our people. We don't need flowery words about inequality to tell us that. And we don't need a party that is led while poverty and hunger rose to record levels to give us lectures about suffering. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are Americans who are listening to this speech right now who haven't always been with you. And I want you to let me talk just to them for a moment. I know how loaded up our politics is with anger and animosity, but I have to believe we can still make a case over the raised voices. There are Americans watching right now who voted for the president, but they're searching right now because they know that their votes didn't build the country they wanted. To those Democrats and independents whose minds are open to argument, listen closely to the Democratic Party that will gather in Charlotte and ask yourself if you hear your voice in the clamor. Ask yourself if these Democrats still speak for you. When they say we have a duty to grow government even when we cannot afford it, does it sound like compassion to you? Or does it sound like recklessness? When you hear the party that glorified Occupy Wall Street blast success, when you hear them minimize the genius of the men and women who make jobs out of nothing, is that what you teach your children about work? When they tell you America is this unequal place where the powerful trample on the powerless, does that sound like the country your children or your spouse risked their lives for in Iraq or Afghanistan? Do you even recognize the America they are talking about? And what can we say about a house that doesn't honor the pictures on its walls? John Kennedy asked us what we could do for America. This Democratic Party asked, what can government give you? Don't worry about paying the bill. It's on your kids and grandkids. Bill Clinton took on his base and made welfare a thing you had to work for. This current crowd guts the welfare work requirement in the dead of night and won't tell the truth about it. Bill Clinton, Jack Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson reached across the aisle and said, meet me in the middle, but their party rammed through a health care bill that took over 1/6 of our economy without accepting a single Republican idea, without winning a single vote in either house from a party whose constituents make up half of this country. You know, the Democrats used to have a night when they presented a film of their presidential legends. Folks, if they do it in Charlotte, the theme song should be this year's hit, Now You're Just Somebody That I Used to Know. My fellow Americans, when great athletes falter, their coaches sometimes whisper to them, remember who you are. It's a call to their greatness at a moment when their bodies and spirit are too sapped to remember their strength. This sweet, blessed, God-inspired place called America is a champion that has absorbed some blows, but we bend, we do not break. This is no dark hour. This is no dark hour. This is the dawn before we remember who we are. So may it be said of this time in our history, 2008 to 2011, lesson learned. 2012, mistake corrected. God bless you. God bless you, Tampa. God bless you, America. Let's take this country back. Thank you so much.
Representing the Palmetto State, please give a warm welcome to Governor Nikki Haley of South Carolina.
I love South Carolina. I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants who reminded my brothers, my sister, and me every single day how blessed we were to live in this country. They loved the fact that only in America we could be as successful as we wanted to be and nothing would stand in our way. My parents started a business out of the living room of their home, and 30-plus years later, it was a multi-million-dollar company. But there wasn't a single day that it was easy. And there wasn't a single day that my mom and dad didn't put everything they had into making that business. So President Obama, with all due respect, don't tell me that my parents didn't build their business. Almost 45 years after my parents first became Americans, I stand before you and them tonight as the proud governor of South Carolina. We build things in the Palmetto State. We build planes, we build cars. We have 3 of the 4 largest tire producers in the world and are about to become the #1 tire producing state in the country. And not too long ago, the Wall Street Journal said anyone still thinking the U.S. has lost its manufacturing chops hasn't been to South Carolina. We have so much potential and so much to be proud of. But like so many states, we have our challenges, whether they be unemployment or education or poverty. And like so many of my governors, I work day in and day out to try and improve the lives of the people of my state. And sadly, the hardest part of my job continues to be this federal government, this administration, and this president. As I said, my parents loved that when they came to America, if you worked hard, the only things that could stop you were the limits you placed on yourself. Unfortunately, these past few years, you can work hard, try to be as successful as possible, follow the rules. And President Barack Obama will do everything he can to stand in your way. South Carolina recently passed one of the most innovative illegal immigration laws in the country. What did this president, who has failed to secure our borders and address this issue in any meaningful way, do? He sued us. If this president refuses to secure our borders, refuses to protect our citizens from the dangers of illegal immigration, then states have to take it upon ourselves. We said in South Carolina that if you have to show a picture ID to buy Sudafed, if you have to show a picture ID to set foot on an airplane, then you should have to show picture ID to protect the one of the most valuable, most central, sacred rights and blessed within America, the right to vote. And what happened? President Obama stopped us. And now we come to the most unbelievable of them all. In 2009, South Carolina was blessed to welcome a great American company that chose to stay in our country to continue to do business. That company was Boeing. Boeing started a new line for their 787 Dreamliner, creating 1,000 new jobs in South Carolina, giving our state a shot in the arm when we truly needed it. At the same time, they expanded their job numbers in Washington State by 2,000. Not a single person was hurt by their decision, not one. And what did President Obama and his National Labor Relations Board do? They sued this iconic American company. It was shameful and not worthy of the promise of America. But we did one of the things we do best in South Carolina. We got loud. We're fighters in South Carolina, and as we fought, we watched an amazing thing happen. You fought with us. And guess what? We won. A few months ago, I sat on the tarmac at the Boeing facility in North Charleston and watched as a new Mac Daddy plane rolled onto the runway, sporting a Made with Pride in South Carolina decal and surrounded by, get ready for it, 6,000 non-union employees cheering, smiling, and so proud of what they had built. We deserve a president who won't sacrifice American jobs and American workers to pacify the bullying union bosses he counts as his political allies. American businesses deserve a federal government that doesn't stand in their way, not one that tries to chase them overseas. Slighting American ingenuity and innovation, that's what this president has meant to South Carolina. That's what this president has meant to this governor. And that's why this governor will not stop fighting until we send him home, back to Chicago, and send Mitt and Ann Romney to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The pleasure of knowing Mitt Romney for several years now, and there is so much to appreciate about him. He fixes things. He's results-driven. He's taken broken companies and made them successful. He took a failing Olympics and made it a source of pride for our country. He went into a Democratic state, cut taxes, brought in jobs, and improved education. Oh, and by the way, he actually balanced his budget. This is a man at peace with who he is, with the challenges he faces, and with what he intends to accomplish. This is a man, not just a candidate looking to win an election, but a leader yearning to return our nation to its greatest potential. And this is a man who has a silver bullet, his greatest asset by far, the next First Lady of the United States, Ann Romney. Perfect combination of strength and grace. She does what so many women in America do. She balances in an exceptional way. She raised 5 amazing boys, battled MS, is a breast cancer survivor, and through it all was a true partner to Mitt. Ann Romney makes all women proud by the way she has conducted her life as a strong woman of faith, as a mother, as a wife, and as a true patriot. She's an amazing inspiration for me and for so many women across the country. Not too long ago, I traveled to Michigan to campaign for the Romneys. Towards the end of the day, 2 self-described independents came up to me and said, "We like what we hear about Governor Romney. And although we don't know everything about him, what we do know, without a doubt, is that we deserve better than what we have today." They are so right. We deserve a president who will turn our economy around. We deserve a president who will balance our budget. We deserve a president who will reform and protect our retirement programs for future generations. We deserve a president who will fight for American companies, not against them. We deserve a president who will strengthen our military, not destabilize them. America deserves better than what we have today. We deserve a President Mitt Romney. Thank you. God bless you. And may he continue to bless the United States of America.
Please welcome to the stage the First Lady of Puerto Rico, Lucé Fortuño.
evening, Tampa. My name is Lucé, and it is great to be here with you tonight. I am the proud mother of 20-year-old triplets. I'm a practicing attorney, a very proud Latina, and a die-hard Republican. I am also the wife of someone we're extremely proud of back home in Puerto Rico, Lucé Fortuño. As a governor, he has unleashed a true Republican revolution that has already accomplished so much. It is a success story of fiscal responsibility, controlled government spending, lower taxes, and pro-growth policies. But it is also one of caring and compassionate attention to a social and faith-based agenda of unprecedented reach and consequence. Through it all, I have stood by his side and learned what it takes to be the rock of support to a great leader, just like our next speaker has done for 43 years for our next president, Mitt Romney. Anne's story is one of remarkable courage, tenacity, perseverance, and commitment. A story that stands in its own right, one that inspires all who know her. A woman of faith, a devoted wife, a caring mother to 5 boys, a multiple sclerosis and cancer survivor, a tireless advocate, and a timeless First Lady of Massachusetts. For decades, she's been a fighter who has championed the cause of disadvantaged children, been an advocate of teenage pregnancy prevention, a leader of faith and community-based initiatives, and an ambassador for multiple sclerosis awareness. Watching her during a recent visit to Puerto Rico, I marveled at her ability to endear children, connect with the elderly, and engage workers at a farmer's market with such ease, heart, and purpose that made people wonder who was that handsome gentleman next to her. No wonder she's been Mitt Romney's secret weapon for 43 years. No wonder Mitt calls her his personal hero. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you my friend and the next First Lady of the United States, Anne Romney.
I can't wait to see what we're going to all do together. This is going to be so exciting. Just so you all know, the hurricane has hit landfall, and I think we should all take this moment and recognize that fellow Americans are in its path, and just hope and pray that all remain safe and no life is lost and no property is lost. So we should all be thankful for this great country and grateful for our first responders and all that keep us safe in this wonderful country. Well, I want to talk to you tonight not about politics and not about party. And while there are many important issues we'll hear discussed in this convention and throughout this campaign, tonight I want to talk to you from my heart about our hearts. I want to talk not about what divides us, but what holds us together as an American family. I want to talk to you tonight about that one great thing that unites us, that one great thing that brings us our greatest joy when times are good, and the deepest solace in our dark hours. Tonight, I want to talk to you about love. I want to talk to you about the deep and abiding love I have for a man I met at a dance many years ago, and the profound love I have, and I know we share, for this country. I want to talk to you about that love so deep, only a mother can fathom it, the love we have for our children and our children's children. And I want us to think tonight about the love we share for those Americans, our brothers and our sisters, who are going through difficult times, whose days are never easy, nights are always long, and whose work never seems done. They are here among us tonight in this hall. They are here in neighborhoods across Tampa and all across America. The parents who lie awake at night side by side, wondering how they'll be able to pay the mortgage or make the rent. The single dad who's working extra hours tonight so that his kids can buy some new clothes to go back to school, can take a school trip or play a sport, so his kids can feel, just like other kids. And the working moms who love their jobs but would like to work just a little less to spend more time with the kids. But that's just out of the question with this economy. Or how about that couple who would like to have another child but wonder how they'll afford it? I have been all across this country, and I know a lot of you guys. And I have seen and heard stories of how hard it is to get ahead now. Do you know what? I've heard your voices. They've said to me, I'm running in place and we just can't get ahead. Sometimes I think that late at night, if we were all silent for just a few moments and listened carefully, we could hear a collective sigh from the moms and dads across America who made it through another day and know that they'll make it through another one tomorrow. But in the end of that day moment, they just aren't sure how. And if you listen carefully, you'll hear the women sighing a little bit more than the men. It's how it is, isn't it? It's the moms who have always had to work a little harder to make everything right. It's the moms of this nation, single, married, widowed, who really hold this country together. We're the mothers. We're the wives. We're the grandmothers. We're the big sisters. We're the little sisters, and we are the daughters. You know it's true, don't you? I love you, women! And I hear your voices. Those are my favorite fans down there. You are the ones that have to do a little bit more, and you know what it's like to work a little harder during the day to earn the respect you deserve at work. And then you come home at night and help with a book report, just because it has to be done. You know what those late night phone calls with an elderly parent are like, and the long weekend drives just to see how they're doing. You know the fastest route to the local emergency room and which doctors actually answer the phone call when you call at night. By the way, I know all about that. You know what it's like to sit in that graduation ceremony and wonder how it was that so many long days turned to years that went by so quickly. You are the best of America. You. You are the hope of America. There would not be an America without you. Tonight, we salute you and sing your praises. I'm not sure if men really understand this, but I don't think there's a woman in America who really expects her life to be easy. In our own ways, we all know better. You know what? And that's fine. We don't want easy. But the last few years have been harder than they needed to be. It's all the little things that the price at the pump you just can't believe, the grocery bills that just get bigger, all those things that used to be free, like school sports, are now one more bill to pay. It's all the little things that pile up to become big things, and the big things, the good jobs, the chance at college, that home you want to buy, just get harder. Everything has become harder. We're too smart to know there aren't easy answers, but we're not dumb enough to accept that there aren't better answers. Is where this boy I met at a high school dance comes in. His name is Mitt Romney, and you should really get to know him. I could tell you why I fell in love with him. He was tall, laughed a lot. He was nervous. Girls like that. It shows a guy's a little intimidated. He was nice to my parents, but he was also really glad when they weren't around. I don't mind that, but more than anything, he made me laugh. Some of you might not know this, but I am the granddaughter of a Welsh coal miner. He was determined. He was determined that his kids get out of the mines. My dad got his first job when he was 6 years old in a little village in Wales called Nantyhoflin, cleaning bottles at the Collier's Arms. When he was 15, Dad came to America. In our country, he saw hope and an opportunity to escape from poverty. He moved to a small town in the great state of Michigan. Michigan! Yes! There he started a business, one he built by himself, by the way. He raised a family and he became mayor of our town. My dad would often remind my brothers and me how fortunate we were to grow up in a place like America. He wanted us to have every opportunity that came with life in this country, and so he pushed us to be our best and give our all. Inside the houses that lined the streets of our town, there were a lot of good fathers teaching their sons and daughters those same values. I didn't know it at the time, but one of those dads was my future father-in-law, George Romney. Mitt's dad never graduated from college. Instead, he became a carpenter. He worked hard, he became the head of a car company, and then the governor of Michigan. When Mitt and I met and fell in love, we were determined not to let anything stand in the way of our life together. I was an Episcopalian, he was a Mormon. We were very young, both still in college. There were many reasons to delay marriage, and you know what? We just didn't care. We got married and moved into a basement apartment. We walked to class together, shared the housekeeping, ate a lot of pasta and tuna fish. Our desk was a door propped up on sawhorses. Our dining room table was a fold-down ironing board in the kitchen. But those were the best days. Then our first son came along. All at once, I'm 22 years old with a baby and a husband who's going to business school and law school at the same time. And I can tell you, probably like every other girl who finds herself in a new life, far from family and friends, with a new baby and a new husband, that it dawned on me that I had absolutely no idea what I was getting into. Well, that was 42 years ago. I've survived. We now have 5 sons and 18 beautiful grandchildren. I'm still in love with that boy I met at a high school dance, and he still makes me laugh. I read somewhere that Mitt and I have a storybook marriage. Well, let me tell you something. In the storybooks I read, there never were long, long, rainy winter afternoons in a house with 5 boys screaming at once. And those storybooks never seem to have chapters called MS or breast cancer. A storybook marriage? Nope, not at all. What Mitt Romney and I have is a real marriage. Decent man for what he is. He's warm and loving and patient. He has tried to live his life with a set of values centered on family, faith, and love of one's fellow man. From the time we were first married, I've seen him spend countless hours helping others. I've seen him drop everything to help a friend in trouble, and been there when late-night calls of panic come from a member of our church whose child has been taken to the hospital. You may not agree with Mitt's positions on issues or his politics. By the way, Massachusetts is only 13% Republican, so it's not like it's a shock to me. But let me say this to every American who is thinking about who should be our next president. No one will work harder. No one will care more. And no one will move heaven and earth like Mitt Romney to make this country a better place to live. It's true that Mitt's been successful at each new challenge he's taken on. You know what? It actually amazes me to see his history of success being attacked. Are those really the values that made our country great? As a mom of 5 boys, do we want to raise our children to be afraid of success? Do we send our children out in the world with the advice, try to do okay? And let's be honest, if the last 4 years had been more successful, do we really think there would be this attack on Mitt Romney's success? Of course not. Mitt will be the first to tell you that he is the most fortunate man in the world. He had 2 loving parents who gave him strong values and taught him the value of work. He had the chance to get the education his father never had. But as his partner on this amazing journey, I can tell you Mitt Romney was not handed success. He built it. Massachusetts after graduate school and got a job. I saw the long hours that started with that first job. I was there when he had a small group of friends talking about starting a new company. I was there when they struggled and wondered if the whole idea just wasn't going to work. Mitt's reaction was to work harder and press on. Today, that company has become another great American success story. Has it made those who started the company successful? Made them successful beyond their dreams? Yes, it has. It allowed us to give our sons the chance at good educations and made all those long hours of book reports and homework worth every minute. It's given us the deep satisfaction of being able to help others in ways that we could never have imagined. This is important. I want you to hear what I'm going to say. Mitt doesn't like to talk about how he has helped others because he sees it as a privilege. not a political talking point. We are no different than the millions of Americans who quietly help their neighbors, their churches, and their communities. They don't do it so that others will think more of them. They do it because there is no greater joy. Give, and it shall be given unto you. But because this is America, that small company which grew has helped so many others lead better lives. The jobs that grew from the risks they took have become college educations and first homes. That success has helped fund scholarships, pensions, and retirement funds. This is the genius of America. Dreams fulfilled help others launch new dreams. At every turn in his life, this man I met at a high school dance has helped lift up others. He did it with the Olympics when many wanted to give up. He did it in Massachusetts, where he guided the state from economic crisis to unemployment of just 4.7%. Under Mitt, Massachusetts' schools were the best in the nation, the best. He started something that I really love. He started the John and Abigail Adams Scholarship, which give the top 25% of high school graduates a 4-year tuition-free scholarship. This is the man America needs. This is the man who will wake up every day with a determination to solve the problems that others say can't be solved, to fix what others say is beyond repair. This is the man who will work harder than anyone so that we can work a little less hard. I can't tell you what will happen over the next 4 years, but I can only stand here tonight as a wife and a mother and a grandmother, an American, and make you this solemn commitment. This man will not fail. Down. This man will lift up America. It has been 47 years since that tall, kind of charming young man brought me home from our first dance. Not every day since has been easy, but he still makes me laugh, and never once did I have a single reason to doubt that I was the luckiest woman in the world tonight. I said tonight I wanted to talk to you about love. Look into your hearts. This is our country. This is our future. These are our children and grandchildren. You can trust Mitt. He loves America. He will take us to a better place, just as he took me home safely from that dance. Give him that chance. Give America that chance. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the United States of America.
favorite thing about being governor?
My favorite thing about being governor is that every day I get a chance to do something really great. I don't do something great every day, but I have a chance every day to do something great.
Chris is such a Jersey boy and proud of his state and wants the rest of the country to know how great New Jersey is.
With Chris, what you see is what you get.
Honest, strong-willed, a high level of integrity.
There is no one above the law. There is no one immune to the law. I was a prosecutor for 7 years, and this much I know. I don't pretend that I have all the answers, but I know how to make decisions, and I know how to make things happen.
I think if folks believe that they have a group of leaders who are going to say to them, this is what's necessary, it needs to be done, I think the American people and the people of New Jersey, in my instance, are ready to hear the truth.
Chris Christie has done a remarkable job. He's taken this state, which was going downhill, unfortunately, and he brought it back. People are proud of him. People around the country are talking well of New Jersey, and Chris Christie gets a lot of the credit for that.
Thank you for giving me the greatest privilege I'm sure I'll ever have in my life, and that's to be the governor of the place where I was born and raised. I'm going to leave here and go back to the State House. I'm going to drive up to that building with the big gold dome on the top of it, and I'm going to walk in the door and still shake my head. I do, every time. How the hell did this happen?
The New York Times calls you one of the most intriguing political figures of our time.
Yeah, go figure. I got sent here to do a job. I get sent here to be elected prom king.
Good luck, Governor Christie. Give him hell.
You bet I will. That's all I know how to do, and you know that. I'm passionate about what I believe in, and I also think that the public needs to start being treated like adults. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
See you, buddy. My mother had a very direct way about her. Excellent. Baloney. One of the things she used to say to me all the time was, just be yourself. Because then tomorrow, you're not going to have to worry about remembering who you pretended to be yesterday. Sometimes people are going to like it, sometimes people aren't, but be who you are. And so, this is who I am.
Thank you. Well, this stage and this moment are very improbable for me. A New Jersey Republican delivering the keynote address to our national convention. From a state with 700,000 more Democrats than Republicans. A New Jersey Republican stands before you tonight. Proud of my party, proud of my state, and proud of my country. Now I am the son of an Irish father and a Sicilian mother. My dad, who I'm blessed to have here with me tonight, is gregarious, outgoing, and lovable. My mom, who I lost 8 years ago, was the enforcer. Now, she made sure we all knew who set the rules. Tell it to you this way, in the automobile of life, Dad was just a passenger. Mom was the driver. Now, they both lived hard lives. Dad grew up in poverty. And after returning from Army service, he worked at the Breyers ice cream plant in the 1950s. Now, with that job and the GI Bill, he put himself through Rutgers University at night to become the first in his family to earn a college degree. And our first family picture was on his graduation day, with my mom beaming next to him, 6 months pregnant with me. Now, Mom also came from nothing. She was raised by a single mother who took 3 different buses every day to get to work. And Mom spent the time that she was supposed to be a kid actually raising children, her younger brother and younger sister. She was tough as nails and didn't suffer fools at all, and the truth was, she couldn't afford to. She spoke the truth, bluntly, directly, and without much varnish. I am her son. I was her son as I listened to Darkness on the Edge of Town with my high school friends on the Jersey Shore. I was her son when I moved into that studio apartment with Mary Pat to start a marriage that's now 26 years old. I was her son as I coached our sons, Andrew and Patrick, on the fields of Mendham, and as I watched with pride as our daughters, Sarah and Bridget, marched with their soccer teams in the Labor Day parade. And I'm still her son today as governor, following the rules she taught me, to speak from the heart and to fight for your principles. You see, Mom never thought you'd get extra credit just for speaking the truth. And the greatest lesson that Mom ever taught me, though, was this one. She told me there would be times in your life when you have to choose between being loved and being respected. Now, she said to always pick being respected. She told me that love without respect was always fleeting, but that respect could grow into real and lasting love. Now, of course, she was talking about women. But I've learned over time that it applies just as much to leadership. In fact, I think that advice applies to America more than ever today. You see, I believe we have become paralyzed by our desire to be loved. Now, our founding fathers had the wisdom to know that social acceptance and popularity were fleeting, and that this country's principles needed to be rooted in strains greater than the passions and the emotions of the times. But our leaders today have decided it's more important to be popular, to say and do what's easy, and say yes rather than to say no, when no is what is required. In recent years, we as a country have too often chosen the same path. It's been easy for our leaders to say, not us, and not now, in taking on the really tough issues. And unfortunately, we've stood silently by and let them get away with it. But tonight, I say enough. Tonight, I say together, let's make a much different choice. Tonight, we are speaking up for ourselves and stepping up. Tonight, we're beginning to do what is right and what is necessary to make America great again. We are demanding that our leaders stop tearing each other down and work together to take action on the big things facing America. Tonight, we are going to do what my mother taught me. Tonight, we're going to choose respect over love. See, we're not afraid. We are not afraid. We're taking our country back because we are the great-grandchildren of the men and women who broke their backs in the name of American ingenuity, the grandchildren of the greatest generation, the sons and daughters of immigrants, the brothers and sisters of everyday heroes, the neighbors of entrepreneurs and firefighters, teachers and farmers, veterans and factory workers, and everyone in between who shows up not just on the big days or the good days, but on the bad days and the hard days, each and every day, all 365 of them. You see, we are the United States of America. Now, it's up to us. We must lead the way our citizens live. To lead as my mother insisted I live. Not by avoiding truths, especially the hard ones, but by facing up to them and being better for it. We can't afford to do anything less. Now, I know this because this was the challenge in New Jersey. When I came into office, I could continue on the same path that led to wealth and jobs and people leaving our state. Or I could do the job people elected me to do the big things. Now, there were those who said it couldn't be done, that the problems were too big, too politically charged, and too broken to fix. But we were on a path we could no longer afford to follow. Now, they said it was impossible, this is what they told me, to cut taxes in a state where taxes were raised 115 times in the 8 years before I became governor. That it was impossible to balance a budget at the same time with an $11 billion deficit. But 3 years later, we have 3 balanced budgets in a row with lower taxes. We did it. They said it was impossible to touch the third rail of politics, to take on the public sector unions, and to reform a pension and health benefit system that was headed to bankruptcy. But with bipartisan leadership, we saved taxpayers $132 billion over 30 years and saved retirees their pensions. We did it. They said it was impossible to speak the truth to the teachers union. They were just too powerful. A real teacher tenure reform that demands accountability and ends the guarantee of a job for life regardless of performance. They said it would never happen. But for the first time in 100 years, with bipartisan support, you know the answer. We did it. Now, the disciples of yesterday's politics, they always underestimate the will of the people. They assumed our people were selfish, that when told of the difficult problems, the tough choices, and the complicated solutions, that they would simply turn their backs, that they would decide it was every man for himself. They were wrong. The people of New Jersey stepped up. They shared in the sacrifice. And you know what else they did? They rewarded politicians who led instead of politicians who pandered. But you know, we shouldn't be surprised. We shouldn't be surprised. We've never been a country to shy away from the truth. Our history shows that we stand up when it counts. And it's this quality that has defined America's character and our significance in the world. Now, I know this simple truth, and I am not afraid to say it. Our ideas are right for America, and their ideas have failed America. Let me be clear with the American people tonight. Here's what we believe as Republicans and what they believe as Democrats. We believe in telling hardworking families the truth about our country's fiscal realities, telling them what they already know. The math of federal spending does not add up. With $5 trillion in debt added over the last 4 years, we have no other option but to make the hard choices, cut federal spending, and fundamentally reduce the size of this government. Want to know what they believe? They believe that the American people don't want to hear the truth about the extent of our fiscal difficulties. They believe the American people need to be coddled by big government. They believe the American people are content to live the lie with them. They're wrong. We believe in telling our seniors the truth about our overburdened entitlements. We know seniors not only want these programs to survive, but they just as badly want them secured for their grandchildren. Our seniors are not selfish. Here's what they believe. They believe seniors will always put themselves ahead of their grandchildren. And here's what they do. They prey on their vulnerabilities and scare them with misinformation for the single, cynical purpose of winning the next election. Here's their plan. Whistle a happy tune while driving us off the fiscal cliff, as long as they are behind the wheel of power when we fall. Now, we believe that the majority of teachers in America know our system must be reformed to put students first so that America can compete. Now, teachers don't teach to become rich or famous. They teach because they love children. We believe that we should honor and reward the good ones while doing what's best for our nation's future. Demanding accountability, demanding higher standards, and demanding the best teacher in every classroom in America. Get ready. Get ready. Here's what they believe. They believe the educational establishment will always put themselves ahead of children, that self-interest will always trump common sense. They believe in pitting unions against teachers, educators against parents, lobbyists against children. They believe in teachers' unions. We believe in teachers. We believe that if we tell the people the truth, that they will act bigger than the pettiness we see in Washington, D.C. We believe it's possible to forge bipartisan compromise and stand up for our conservative principles. You see, because it's always been the power of our ideas, not our rhetoric, that attracts people to our party. We win when we make it about what needs to be done. We lose when we play along with their game of scaring and dividing. For make no mistake about it, everybody, the problems are too big to let the American people lose. The slowest economic recovery in decades, a spiraling out of control deficit, and an education system that's failing to compete in the world. It doesn't matter how we got here. There's enough blame to go around. What matters is what we do now. See, I know we can fix our problems. When there are people in the room who care more about doing the job they were elected to do than they worry about winning re-election, it's possible to work together, achieve principled compromise, and get results for the people who gave us these jobs in the first place. The people have no patience for any other way anymore. It's simple. We need politicians to care more about doing something and less about being something. And believe me, if we can do this in a blue state like New Jersey with a conservative Republican governor, Washington, D.C. is out of excuses. Leadership delivers. Leadership counts. Leadership matters. And here's the great news I came here tonight to bring you. We have this leader for America. We have a nominee who will tell us the truth and who will lead with conviction. And now he has a running mate who will do the same. We have Governor Mitt Romney and Congressman Paul Ryan, and we need to make him the next president and vice president of the United States. see, because I know Mitt Romney. I know Mitt Romney, and Mitt Romney will tell us the hard truths we need to hear to put us back on a path to growth and create good-paying private sector jobs again in America. Mitt Romney will tell us the hard truths we need to hear to end the torrent of debt that is compromising our future and burying our economy. Mitt Romney will tell us the hard truths we need to hear to end the debacle of putting the world's greatest health care system in the hands of federal bureaucrats and putting those bureaucrats between an American citizen and her doctor. Now, we ended an era of absentee leadership without purpose or principle in New Jersey. I'm here to tell you tonight, it is time to end this era of absentee leadership in the Oval Office and send real leaders back to the White House. America needs Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, and we need them right now. Now, but we got to tell each other the truth, right? Listen, there is doubt and fear for our future in every corner of our country. I have traveled all the country and I've seen this myself. These feelings are real. This moment is real. And it's a moment like this where some skeptics wonder if American greatness is over. They wonder how those who have come before us had the spirit and the tenacity to lead America to a new era of greatness in the face of challenge. Not to look around and say, not me, but to look around and say, yes, me. Now, I have an answer tonight for the skeptics and the naysayers, the dividers and the defenders of the status quo. I have faith in us. I know we can be the men and women our country calls on us to be tonight. I believe in America and her history, and there's only one thing missing now: leadership. It takes leadership that you don't get from reading a poll. You see, Mr. President, real leaders don't follow polls. Real leaders change polls. And that's what we need. That's what we need to do now. We need to change polls through the power of our principles. We need to change polls through the strength of our convictions. Tonight, our duty is to tell the American people the truth. Our problems are big and the solutions will not be painless. We all must share in the sacrifice, and any leader that tells us differently is simply not telling the truth. Now, I think tonight of the greatest generation. We look back and marvel at their courage, overcoming the Great Depression, fighting Nazi tyranny, standing up for freedom around the world. Well, now it's our time to answer history's call. For make no mistake, every generation will be judged, and so will we. And what will our children and grandchildren say of us? Will they say we buried our heads in the sand, we assuaged ourselves with the creature comforts we've acquired, that our problems were too big and we were too small, that someone else should make a difference because we can't? Or will they say of us that we stood up and made the tough choices that needed to be made to preserve our way of life? You see, I don't know about you, but I don't want my children and grandchildren to have to read in a history book what it was like to live in an American century. I don't want their only inheritance to be an enormous government that has overtaxed, overspent, and overborrowed a great people into second-class citizenship. I want them to live in a second American century. A second American century. A second American century of strong economic growth where those who are willing to work hard will have good-paying jobs to support their families and reach their dreams. A second American century where real American exceptionalism is not a political punchline, but is evident to everyone in the world just by watching the way our government conducts its business every day and the way Americans live their lives. A second American century where our military is strong, our values are sure, Our work ethic is unmatched, and our Constitution remains a model for anyone in the world struggling for liberty. Let us choose a path that will be remembered for generations to come. Standing strong for freedom will make the next century as great an American century as the last one. You see, this is the American way. We have never been victims of destiny. We have always been the masters of our own. And I know you agree with me on this. I will not be part of the generation that fails that test, and neither will you. All right. It's now time to stand up. Let's stand up. Everybody stand up. Stand up, because there's no time left to waste. If you're willing to stand up with me for America's future, I will stand up with you. If you're willing to fight with me for Mitt Romney, I will fight with you. If you're willing to hear the truth about the hard road ahead and the rewards for America that truth will bear, I'm here to begin with you this new era of truth-telling. Tonight, we choose the path that has always defined our nation's history. Tonight, we finally and firmly answer the call that so many generations have had the courage to answer before us. Tonight, we stand up for Mitt Romney as the next President of the United States, and together, together, everybody, together, we will stand up once again for American greatness for our children and grandchildren. God bless you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing the world premiere of their song, One Light, please welcome 3 Doors Down.